I dedicate the audio version of Questioning Lockdown to Lucy and Jurgen, who are mentioned in the track How Lockdown Affects the Blind. I'm reading the whole book on behalf of the blind. There are a few illustrations, mainly screenshots, throughout the text, and where these appear I will try to describe in words as quickly as possible so that it doesn't distract from the text too much. There is a table of contents and each heading will be a separate audio track. News of a pandemic. With the city of Wuhan being so far away, I paid little attention to what was going on in China. Generally, I try not to watch news, so rarely is there anything to celebrate. It also makes sense to avoid becoming upset by events over which you hold no influence. Prior to the coronavirus fiasco, the favourite topic at the British Broadcasting Company, BBC, which is financed by UK citizens via a licence fee, was frightening us about climate change. Newsreaders and experts informed us incessantly about a pending climate crisis, which has apparently become so bad it is now a climate emergency. And unless we act now, usually taxing us more or closing down some industry to save the world, it will end in climate disaster. Then you switch off the television, venture outside, and you realise the birds are still chirping, everything looks the same as the day before, and you wish you hadn't subjected yourself to watching the news. Have you noticed the topics they choose to frighten us with are usually invisible? We can't see CO2, the colourless, odourless gas which feeds plants, but we are instructed to fear it. COVID-19 is invisible too. We are told we are fighting an invisible war. Anyone can have it. Anyone can be a carrier. The subliminal message is, be afraid of everyone. I used to enjoy nature programmes, but in recent years, even these have become insufferable to watch. Polar bears teetering on small blocks of ice and that type of thing. Then I do a bit of online research and discover from polarbearscience.com in a post written in July 2019 that polar bears are actually thriving. We don't need to worry about polar bears at all. Since 2006, the BBC has been ramping up fear of climate change, and this was, prior to March 2020, mentioned in practically every news bulletin, after a few people in a boardroom made the decision to abandon impartiality, going against the BBC's own editorial guidelines. From being the favourite topic of fear for years, climate change was suddenly swept aside and coronavirus became the new kid on the block. But people wanted lockdown. Due to the media circus, there was a lot of pressure on the UK government to do something. Because up until mid-March, Prime Minister Boris Johnson indicated he wanted us to stay calm and carry on, which would have been the same approach to dealing with every other virus which has hit our shores since the advent of modern medicine. Sometimes the best course of action is to do nothing. But that is not what most people want to hear or are prepared to consider. They want solutions to problems. And we, like all the other countries around the world, had a big problem. And we didn't just have a health problem, we had a pandemic. This is when doom and gloom experts entered the fray. Government advisor Professor Neil Ferguson from Imperial College London famous for being part of the team blamed for the mass culling of 11 million sheep and cattle during the foot and mouth crisis in 2011, produced some equivalent inaccurate guesswork as a result of computer modelling. He warned as many as 500,000 people could die from COVID-19 before the virus had run its course. The government panicked. Everyone panicked. Politicians, experts, and citizens alike demanded the Prime Minister do something. Having already seen how China had dealt with the crisis, and with the media presenting house arrest as a solution to the problem, the people wanted, even demanded, the government do something to force us to stay indoors. Some even begged to be incarcerated 24 hours a day. Such was the panic in the air. Never before in the history of mankind had governments around the world, in supposedly civilised countries since slavery was abolished, locked up innocent citizens. But this was now considered a reasonable response to a health crisis. Any government not pursuing a lockdown policy, like Sweden, was considered irresponsible. I think pro-lockdown commentators secretly hoped their no-lockdown policy would be a disaster, that huge numbers would die, so they could be proved right. Ramping up the fear. The threat to our well-being has to be exaggerated to justify controversial government policies. The mainstream media, owned by a handful of billionaires, working in tandem with governments around the world, run what are effectively continuous advertising campaigns to ramp up fear in order to justify wars, to nudge us into changing our behaviour, and to accept the unacceptable. The government has to convince us that the threat to our lives is so serious that new laws have to be created in order to protect us, to keep us safe. And in order to be safe from this new virus, which had travelled all the way from China to get us, we were expected to give up our civil liberties until the threat has passed, so as not to overwhelm the NHS, the National Health Service. I still couldn't fathom out why no one, not a single MP, questioned the extreme legislation introduced to the UK Parliament and the rationality of the lockdown policy. There was no debate. And what if the threat never passes? Will we never regain our freedom? This was a possibility which occurred to me as soon as the Coronavirus Act 2020 was passed at breakneck speed through the House of Commons, followed by the House of Lords to rubber stamp it. On 25 March, the Queen formally agreed to make the bill into an Act of Parliament. It was at this point that I woke up to the seriousness of the situation. I instinctively knew, after reading paragraphs of this legislation, that we, ordinary citizens of the United Kingdom, were in grave danger. Our elected politicians had voted to give away our freedom, just like that, without any discussion, as if it was theirs to give away. The vote was unanimous. The legislation was put in place. The order was given by the Prime Minister for everything to stop. The mantra was, stay at home, to protect the NHS. Some brainwashing guru had come up with easily remembered 3-word phrases. Punishments in the form of fines to be meted out by police officers were speedily introduced to ensure the nation's compliance. Origins of the lockdown idea. The lockdown concept came in the form of an academic paper written in 2006 by Robert J. Glass a complex systems analyst in the United States. It came about because George Bush had requested plans as to what to do when the next outbreak of a contagious disease came along. Robert Glass worked as an analyst with Sandia National Laboratories. He had no medical or scientific training that I know of, yet he was the main author of the academic paper published in the Emerging Infectious Disease Journal in November 2006, titled Targeted Social Distancing Designs for Pandemic Influenza. Also attributed to the paper were 3 co-authors, one of whom was Robert's daughter, Laura M. Glass, who was 15 years old at the time of writing. The paper states, quote, "Our network represented a stylized small US town and took advantage of the diverse background of the authors, one of whom is a teenager." End quote. It is well documented that Laura was the brains behind the original idea. According to an article in the Albuquerque Journal titled Social Distancing Born in ABQ Teens Science Project, dated 20 May 2020, quote, "She had won 3rd prize in the medicine and health category at the Intel International Science and Engineering Fair in Indianapolis. Laura, a second-year student of Albuquerque High School, had, quote, laid out her plans for slowing the spread of pandemics," end quote. Laura had worked out that across the population, young children and teenagers in the course of a school day come into contact with the highest number of people. Her idea was, if children stopped going to school and stopped seeing their friends and stopped going to recreational clubs and stopped seeing their grandparents, etc., and remained in the confines of their own home, they would not be able to pass on infection. The report does acknowledge, quote, "Implementation of social distancing strategies is challenging. They likely must be imposed for the duration of the local epidemic and possibly until a strain-specific vaccine is developed and distributed," end quote. The paper also said it would be prudent to implement strategies that also target adults and the work environment, end quote. Nowhere in the academic paper is there any mention of any operational or financial issues which would inevitably result in a workers' stay-at-home policy. There is no mention of any logistical problems which would occur with a school children's stay-at-home policy either, or the psychological problems that would inevitably result from such a long period of isolation. But it is not Laura Glass's fault that this simplistic policy was carried out with full gusto by world leaders across the globe. She is not to blame. It was her father who involved her in his academic paper. It was politicians who chose to implement the incredibly destructive policy. After the WHO declared COVID-19 a pandemic, most countries in the world pursued, to some degree, a lockdown policy. In a World Health Organization press conference on 24 Feb 2020, Dr. Bruce Aylward, Senior Advisor to the Director General, said, "There's no question that China's bold approach to the rapid spread of this new respiratory pathogen has changed the course of what was a rapidly escalating and continues to be deadly epidemic." End quote. Dr. Bruce Aylward heaped praise on China and encouraged other countries to follow its example. China's bold approach. Film footage from China was pretty shocking. It was even more shocking if, like me, you searched for anything uploaded by ordinary Chinese people, out with official news channels on YouTube. I saw men in white suits and face masks dragging people out of their homes. The people being dragged away looked strong, not ill, and were kicking and screaming. They were bundled into white vans. People looking on were screaming too. I believe the relatives had no idea where their loved ones were being taken to isolate, as ordered by the Chinese government. As the internet is heavily censored in China, these videos must have been uploaded by brave individuals using virtual private network (VPN) technology to bypass internet censorship. Official media footage from Wuhan showed lorries driving along deserted roads, spraying domestic residences on each side of the street with God knows what. Drones hovered in the sky, spraying. People were locked in tower block flats for months. Front doors were sealed up by the army. I wonder how many people died from starvation behind them. A couple of months later, I watched footage of a Chinese official handing back mobile phones to people queuing to learn if their relative was among the dead. The video was uploaded on 15 April 2020 by the South China Post. It is titled, "With loved ones lost to COVID-19, family members left with only regret, tears and their belongings." It looked like the only proof being offered by the authorities that a loved one had passed away was handing over a mobile phone. This sad footage shows how phones have become so synonymous with a person that they are almost the same thing. If someone's phone is not used for a while in China, that person is presumed dead. As it happens, recently in England, Wales and Scotland, new organ donation laws have been adopted. Unless you opt out, you are automatically opted in. The law in England and Wales came into effect on 20 May 2020, and in Scotland this will become law on 1 March 2021. Now, I used to be all for organ donation and have carried an organ donation card around with me for years. But while coronavirus legislation remains in place, I felt the compulsion to opt out. The state now has insane powers over our bodies. It is truly terrifying. The state now has the power to take anyone from their home under the guise of public health and to isolate us from family and friends. No one is allowed to visit someone who ends up in hospital, and it is entirely possible that a relative is not seen again, not even in a funeral parlour, should COVID-19 be mentioned on the death certificate, as the coffin is required to be sealed. If this sounds paranoid to you, I'm guessing you haven't read the Coronavirus Act 2020 or its regional equivalents, or are unaware of the horrific growth business of human trafficking and organ trafficking which goes on around the world. When government legislation insists coffins are sealed, how do we know A, that a relative is in that coffin, and B, if all their organs are intact? Answer: we do not know. We have to trust medics and funeral directors that nothing untoward has happened. If you want to register not to become a donor, it only takes a few minutes to fill out the form. If you live in Scotland, go to www.organdonationscotland.org/no. If you live in England or Wales, go to www.organdonation.nhs.uk/register your decision. Note, Northern Ireland still operates an opt-in policy. The Chinese government controls its populace with an iron rod, and in terms of human rights abuses is heavily criticised. Yet all of a sudden this country became the one which Britain, France, Spain and Italy, etc. chose to copy. The media and elected politicians did everything in their power to convince us that a brutal authoritarian regime was something that would be good to implement in the UK, because China had almost eliminated the coronavirus from Wuhan. It had done so well. Roll on a few weeks and it was considered normal in France to require a permission slip to leave the house. In Italy, every villager in an entire village was incarcerated in their own home. No one was allowed out for anything. Spain was most cruel towards children, which really surprised me because it is such a family-orientated country. Children in Spain, many living in cramped flats with no outdoor space, were not allowed out at all. They had less freedom than dogs. But when pandemics are concerned, all cruelty towards citizens, young and old, must be overlooked, it seems, for the greater good. Flights arriving in the UK. The day after Prime Minister Boris Johnson gave the order for citizens to stay at home and for businesses to close, Squawkbox, a UK blog, published an article on 24 March 2020 which included video footage of London's Heathrow Airport. It was going like a fair. It described the scene. 24 hours after lockdown, Heathrow has no measures in place and arriving travellers are free, unchecked, to travel around capital and country. End quote. The headline was, "Shocking video makes mockery of lockdown. While Tories chastise workers for using tube, Heathrow is a free-for-all." End quote. Now, I am not a health expert or security expert, but I found this odd. If there really was a deadly plague heading our way and could be passed from person to person, my own reaction would be to immediately stop people entering my house who travel back from coronavirus hotspots, e.g. China, Italy and Spain. If I couldn't stop them, I would at least run round to a chemist to buy a thermometer to check their temperature to ensure they didn't have a fever. That type of thing. It would not occur to me to run down to the pier to stop people fishing, or run to the beach to stop people sunbathing, and to beg the police to patrol parks to ensure no one was sitting on the grass having picnics in order to protect me. Yet this was the government's peculiar response. From having not seen police patrol the street for years, suddenly everyone was noticing them walking around in pairs, in town centres, parks and beaches, even patrolling sleepy villages. Meanwhile, travellers continued to pour into the UK with no social distancing in place at Heathrow Airport. Thousands arrived from all the known coronavirus hotspots and there were no checks in place. Travellers were not even asked to avoid moving through the busy London network. None of it made sense to me, nor could it make sense to anyone with any powers of logic. But while quarantine measures were painfully slow to be introduced at airports, and in the end took the government over 2 months to implement, I noticed the government was extremely speedy at changing surveillance laws to keep an eye on us. Citizen surveillance. Quick as a flash, emergency data sharing legislation was passed and telecommunications companies turned from providing us with a service which we pay for to sharing with whomever, if ordered to, our every communication and, if you have a smartphone, our every movement too. But don't worry, according to the TEISS, Chief Information Security Officers Science magazine, in an article published 23 March 2020 titled UK Telecom Operators to Share Citizens' Location Data with the Government, the new powers were to be used, quote, to identify the COVID-19 spread. This measure has already been tested in China and Israel to fight the pandemic, end quote. The mere mention of these two countries made me worry even more. The article goes on to quote an ethicist at the Alan Turing Institute, David Leslie. We live in this age that has been called the age of surveillance capitalism, where our data is abused and exploited Authorities and the public will have to weigh the value of privacy against the possibility that data collection could save millions of lives." End quote. The crucial word in that sentence is could. And the government could use its new surveillance activities in ways no sane citizen would want. For example, who would want their formerly confidential NHS health records shared with any Tom, Dick or Harry? Yet, this is now what GPs and other health agencies have been ordered to do, without patient consent. If you believe all this has been implemented temporarily to track the movements of a virus, you may also still believe in Father Christmas. From the moment the government turned against its own people, I thought it made sense to turn the location tracker and Bluetooth to the off setting on my mobile phone. I thought turning the phone off completely would be enough to avoid being tracked, but someone told me the mobile network can still detect the nearest mast to a phone even when it's turned off. So just to be on the safe side, since lockdown began, I mostly leave my smartphone at home. It's smart to leave your smartphone at home. Who decided the COVID-19 virus is a pandemic? The World Health Organization decided. That's who. The definition of pandemic in the Collins Oxford English Dictionary is: a pandemic is an occurrence of a disease that affects many people over a very wide area. The word pandemic sounds dangerous and includes the letters panic, but the definition only actually refers to the geographical area where a disease is found. It does not mean it is more dangerous than any other disease. On 11 March 2020, the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 a pandemic, and the majority of world leaders, on advice from experts, decided the only way to deal with the ensuing health crisis was to take away our freedoms, and the only way to save our lives was to lock us up. The late, brilliant Tony Benn, 3 April 1925 to 14 March 2014, gave us this advice. If one meets a powerful person, Adolf Hitler, Joe Stalin or Bill Gates, ask them 5 questions. What power have you got? Where did you get it from? In whose interests do you exercise it? To whom are you accountable? And how can we get rid of you? After the United States government, the second biggest funder of the WHO was the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, followed by the UK government, followed by Germany, then the Gavi Vaccine Alliance. However, during the coronavirus shenanigans in April 2020, Donald Trump announced the US would no longer continue to contribute money to it. This nudged the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation up to the top spot. This couple, who want to vaccinate the world, but rumour has it never allowed their own children to be vaccinated, are now the highest funder of the World Health Organization. The Gavi Vaccine Alliance is a public-private partnership. On the Gavi.org website it states, Gates Foundation pledged $750 million to set up Gavi in 1999. With minimal online research, it becomes glaringly obvious that Bill Gates, a college dropout with 0 medical training qualifications, has way too much influence in global medical decision-making. People who fund things, especially those who fund things with fantastic sums of money, hold great influence. He who pays the piper calls the tune. The Director General of the World Health Organization is Ethiopian Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, the first non-physician ever to fill the role. Much has been written about this dodgy geezer, including the fact that in 2017 he recommended Zimbabwe's famous dictator Robert Mugabe to be a goodwill ambassador for the World Health Organization. In an article on thedailycoin.org published in April 5, 2020, titled "The Crimes of Tedros Adhanom," it states, "The head of the WHO was the third most powerful person in the TPLF, a communist revolutionary party in Ethiopia that was listed as a terrorist organisation in the 90s, and as a political arm of a minority ethnic group, 6%, reportedly conducted systematic discrimination and human rights abuses against the majority ethnic group." End quote. Relevant to what is going on now, the article goes on to say that in 2007, when Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus was health minister in Ethiopia, he dealt with a cholera outbreak as follows. The government simply renamed the outbreak and called it acute watery diarrhoea. International organisations were pressured not to call it cholera, despite the UN testing the infected and finding cholera, and were pressured by government employees not to reveal the number of infected. Another stunning victory for the health minister. End quote. If for any nefarious reason a country wanted to hide the truth surrounding an illness by renaming an existing one, e.g. the flu, and distort figures in relation to it, he would certainly be the man to show politicians and statisticians how to do it. WHO's Nazi techniques. An Irish doctor working in the UK who opposes vaccinations, Dr. Jane Donegan, claimed in an article in the Times newspaper dated 21 February 2020 that the WHO uses Nazi techniques to bully nations into vaccinating children. It's not difficult to see why Dr. Donegan would form such a conclusion when you listen to the type of language used by Irishman Dr. Michael Ryan, Executive Director at the WHO's Health Emergencies Programme. He said this at a press conference on 30 March 2020 in relation to COVID-19. In some senses, transmission has been taken off the streets and pushed back into family units. Now we need to go and look in families and find those people who may be sick and remove them and isolate them in a safe and dignified manner. As he uttered these harsh words, which it would undoubtedly lead to human rights abuses, Dr. Michael Ryan had a crazed, excitable look in his eyes, and they are said in a menacing, threatening way. He acts like it is normal to go door to door searching for men, women and children who may be sick and remove them by force and take them somewhere and isolate them, presumably even a small child. I try to imagine a toddler being taken from the arms of his mother or father in a dignified manner, and I conjure up a horrific domestic scene with a lot of screaming and the parent being stabbed with a sedative and held down as the small child is taken away, screaming. The action to remove them would not be dignified. It would be brutal. Also, he uses the words "may be sick." So an adult or child doesn't even need to be sick to be a target of the mob, only a COVID-19 suspect. Dr. Michael Ryan uses language you might perhaps expect an interrogator to use, not a doctor with the best interests of his patients at heart. Exaggerated death figures. A retired pathology professor, Dr. John Lee, wrote an article for the Spectator magazine published 29 March 2020. In it he explained 1. Why the figures for COVID-19 infections are a vast underestimate, and 2. Why COVID-19 deaths are a substantial overestimate. What I took from the article is that it is quite easy to skew figures so they appear more alarming than they really are. He also covers the difficulty with diagnosis because the symptoms being described overlap with effects caused by many other infectious diseases. He asks, Is it COVID-19, seasonal flu, a cold, or something else? It will be impossible to tell by clinical examination." End quote. He also questions the validity of testing. Developing accurate, reliable, validated tests is difficult and takes time. At the moment, we have to take it on trust that the tests in use are measuring what we think they are. End quote. Several commentators, including respected journalist Peter Hitchens, picked up on the skewing of death statistics and pointed out the difference between dying from COVID-19 and with COVID-19. If someone dies from COVID-19, it means the illness killed them. If someone dies with COVID-19, it means they died of something else and had the virus in their system at the time of death. However, it wasn't even as clear-cut as this, as suspected coronavirus was being written on death certificates in care homes to add to the COVID-19 tally, according to Telegraph article on 10 May 2020 titled "Care home deaths recorded as COVID-19 related even if victim had not had positive test." Once pointed out, it became glaringly obvious how the media was sensationalising stories. The headline might announce that a young woman, possibly a trained nurse with an angelic personality, had died with COVID-19 or from a COVID-19 related illness. If it were an article in a newspaper, way down in the body of the article, it would mention the little detail that she had an underlying health problem, like cancer. If it was a sensational section on a news bulletin, the underlying health problem would not be mentioned. It would just be a shocking story of another NHS nurse who had died from this deadly new disease. Status of COVID-19 downgraded. I would like to claim that I found this crucial piece of evidence myself, but I didn't. Someone on Twitter was alerting people to the fact. And the fact was, on 19 March 2020, the UK government downgraded the status of COVID-19. Quote, "As of 19 March 2020, COVID-19 is no longer considered to be a high consequence infectious disease, HCID, in the UK." See screenshot, and I've got a screenshot of the government document. I read it again and again. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. The document even stated mortality rates were low overall. I checked and double-checked that it really was an official government website, and it most certainly was. I smelt a rat, and the rat's full name was Alexander Boris de Peffel Johnson, or Boris Johnson for short. Even the bogus academic paper written by Robert Glass and his daughter in 2006, arguing for social distancing, was only proposed as a credible plan if the accompanying illness and death rates of the virus strain were high. Yet, the UK government already knew by 19 March 2020 the death rates were low overall. A couple of hours later, I bumped into an acquaintance in the street who was waxing lyrical about how deadly the new virus was. So I attempted to cheer him up by telling him what I had discovered, including that the mortality rate was low overall. But I did not get the answer I was expecting. The answer I received was delivered with anger in his eyes. "That's a very serious allegation you're making." I replied, "I'm not making an allegation, it's a fact. It is written on an official government website." "Oh, so you read it online," he sneered. "Doesn't make it true." Acknowledging I wouldn't have believed this either, although I would never have turned on anyone in this same manner, I replied, "I know it's hard to believe, I couldn't believe it myself, but the website is definitely legit." He replied curtly, issuing a veiled threat. "I'd be very careful who you say that to." And he darted into a shop to escape me. I headed home feeling a little bit shaken by this encounter, as I had spoken to this person on many contentious topics prior to the coronavirus pandemic arriving on our shores. I really felt he was open-minded, but not open-minded enough, it seemed, to question anything regarding what we were being told regarding COVID-19. If anyone had told me what I told him, I would have gone home and researched it myself, just in case it happened to be true. But over the coming weeks, it became clear that most people have blind faith in their leaders, and hardly anyone heeds the advice of Bruce Springsteen. Blind faith in your leaders or in anything will get you killed. Initial conclusion. I concluded after a few weeks of frantic research that my initial reaction was correct. Governments' hardline responses around the world, clamping down on their citizens' freedoms, were in no way commensurate to the threat. This was the first time in the history of the world that innocent citizens were being incarcerated to varying degrees in their own homes, basically being denied the right to fend for themselves or to have loving relationships with family and friends. Our governments were rendering us helpless, making us totally reliant on them. Preparing to protest. Individuals are weak, unions are strong. When a family is getting on well, family members support one another and find strength in the family unit. When workforce unions are working well, they provide workers with some protection against unscrupulous employers. Yet, coronavirus legislation forbids gatherings more than 2 unless they belong to your household. Entering another person's home unless you are assisting a vulnerable person. Not only could UK citizens not gather to protest as they would normally do, but we could not even meet in each other's houses to form a plan. I had flashbacks to a French film I had seen, to a scene of a woman wearing a scarf slipping into a basement apartment. The film portrayed the immense terror experienced by those brave men and women in the French resistance movement during World War II. And it hit home to me that this simple act of entering another person's home was now illegal. On top of the Coronavirus Act prohibiting any gatherings, government guidelines were also introduced. These varied between England, Wales, Scotland and Northern Ireland. However, the guideline which would have the most devastating impact was the same throughout the UK. Stay 2 metres, 6 feet 6 inches away from other people at all times if you go out. Worryingly, the Scottish Government website stated, these measures are in force for 6 months in the first instance, unless all or parts are revoked. It became confusing as to what was actually legislation or merely a guideline. The government deliberately applied on pressure to lead us to believe guidelines were enforceable too. What was abundantly clear was that the new laws forbid us being outside our home unless we had good excuse. Therefore, as exercising was considered good excuse, just to be on the safe side, I decided to somehow combine speaking out in public with doing some form of exercise. I am acutely aware now, as I was then, how ridiculous this sounds, but the Coronavirus Act 2020 handed immense power to the police, and combined with being prohibited to meet up with anyone outside your own household, speaking out publicly against government policy overnight became an extremely difficult thing to do. That presumably was the intention. If I couldn't protest collectively, then I would have to protest alone. First video, exercise protest. I had no idea what I was going to do with it, but the first thing which occurred to me to do was to buy a megaphone. I ended up buying 2 little megaphones, which could fit into a small rucksack, and in the process discovered you could buy anything deemed non-essential online, just not in person. Although I could have argued this purchase was essential for me. I planned to think up a way to use them if the situation showed no sign of improving, which is exactly what happened. I developed an overwhelming feeling that I had to make a statement to the world that I did not consent to the government putting me under house arrest and removing my freedom. I didn't know what good it would do, and was aware that some friends and family would disapprove. But I suppose I hoped the video would be seen by others who felt the same deep down, and it might give them the courage to speak out and to know they are not alone in their thinking. The issue seemed so important that staying silent was for me not an option. I decided this was so serious that it was worth subjecting myself to humiliation and verbal abuse. The police were already using drones to hover over parks, fining and arresting people for doing precious little. In the largest park in Glasgow, one of the biggest parks in Britain, a police helicopter had patrolled the area. A fuzzy image of 4 people standing fairly spaced out in Pollok Park was published by glasgowlive.co.uk on 26 March 2020, along with a report stating 4 people had been fined under the new laws. Things were turning nasty. I knew posting a video on YouTube of me making a brazen stance against lockdown could even land me in trouble with the police if they claimed I was inciting others to break the law, or they might even harass me making reference to some hate speech law. I heard some truly amazing stories over the years as to what can bring about a visitation from the police. I have always been law-abiding and felt this danger acutely. Preparing to film myself. As my husband was quite opposed, actually very opposed to what I was doing, I realised I would have to film myself using a tripod. I would press the button to start recording, run into the frame and edit the footage on the computer afterwards to cut out the beginning. I recorded my voice on one megaphone saying, "Innocent citizens say no to house arrest," and on the other, "There is no justification for a government to lock up its own innocent people." Wearing a tracksuit, I walked down to the pier in the seaside town where I live, carrying my protest equipment and skipping ropes. It was logistically quite tricky, but I was fortunate there was barely any wind to interfere with the sound or cause the flimsy tripod to fall over. The video I created can be found on YouTube if you search for Moira Dundee, my stage name. The title is COVID-19 Exercise Protest UK. Censorship, public reaction. In the first few days, my exercise protest video was getting a lot of views, mainly because I posted a comment under any relevant news footage on YouTube that would allow comments. My comment said, "I am a citizen of the United Kingdom. I do not consent to house arrest," and the link to my video. I posted comments everywhere on YouTube. I even got carried away one evening and put a comment in French underneath a news bulletin for the channel France 24. Je suis un citoyen du Royaume-Uni et je ne consens pas de l'assignation à domicile. Then, when the views hit 1,500, the number mysteriously dropped down to 1,462. Each subsequent day I woke up, the number of views returned to this lower number. This proved that YouTube was tampering with the number of views to stop it gaining traction. I include here some of the abusive comments which were left underneath my video. "You know the restrictions are there for your own good, don't you? You fucking moron." "Selfish. If If you don't understand why these measures have been introduced, that's your problem. But what is unforgivable is that you may perpetuate the transmission of this awful virus through your foolish behaviour. With people like you fucking things up for everyone else, I now realise that the law hasn't gone anywhere near far enough. You're your own worst enemy. By behaving like this, you will cause greater restrictions. But you're too damn stupid to see that. You've been reported by at least 3 different people. You need therapy. I wish all the best with that. Well, you are clearly mad. You are clearly mad, and therefore a danger to all of us. I have no choice but to report you. You are a health risk. I reported her too. Misleading and fear-mongering. Misleading, fear-mongering, disinformation, causing undue distress. People are dying and you're just taking the piss. Shame on you. Just watch the other videos on her channel. She definitely isn't normal. You total fucking spastic. She's very stupid, protesting to go out during a pandemic. That means she doesn't care about the 900 plus people now dying from it daily. On top of that, she protests by going out and exercising alone, which you're already allowed to do. A protest should have involved breaking the rules, not following them. I've reported this shit. Finally, after several days, the abuse became interspersed with a few supportive comments. You would have reported Anne Frank. James Quirk. This video in many ways is the protest, and I for one don't think her points are stupid in the slightest. It's a debate that needs to be had. The hidden cost of this lockdown, not just in human lives, deaths are still happening from other things than COVID-19, you know, but also mental health, domestic abuse, drug and alcohol problems, obesity, not to mention the massive economic and social impact this will have for years to come. And the nicest comment was, kisses from France. What this exercise did prove is there is no shortage of people willing to report fellow citizens for voicing opposition to the government restrictions. And as the weeks, months passed, it became clear we were not going to be released from this totalitarian nightmare until a vaccine was found. But creating a new vaccine takes on average between 5 to 10 years, which made me wonder, is one was already waiting for us in the wings. The history of vaccines. I have discovered that the mandatory vaccination debate has actually been raging the past 150 years, ever since the first vaccine was created and became compulsory in 1853 under the Vaccination Act of 1863 in Scotland. In Scotland, Mr. Corkindale, a Glaswegian joiner, was jailed for refusing to allow his children to be vaccinated. The records stated, the death of one of his older children a few days after being inoculated was his reason for not complying. End quote. This was included in an article in the Scotsman newspaper dated 15 March 2020 titled, When Anti-Vax Supporters Would Face Jail for Refusing JAG. Sylvia Valentine, a historical researcher and PhD student at Dundee University, told the Scottish Society for the History of Medicine in Glasgow. Wealthier middle-class fathers could afford to pay the fines and walk free from the court. I also uncovered how the law discriminated against Scotsmen, as the conscientious clause did not apply in Scotland until 1907, whereas the English could apply for a certificate of exemption from vaccination in 1898. End quote. Eventually, public opposition led to both acts being repealed, and the term conscientious objector came from this period in social history. In Susan Humphreys and Roman Baistriani's book, published in 2013, titled Dissolving Illusions, Disease, Vaccines and the Forgotten History, there is an amazing photograph of an enormous crowd gathered in front of Old City Hall in Toronto, dated 1919. It is a rally of the Anti-Vaccination League of Canada. There is one huge prominent banner which says, "Compulsory vaccination, German-born, down with compulsion." The foreword is written by Dr. Jane Donegan, who, for informing parents of the risk of vaccination, was threatened with being struck off by the Medical Council. In the end, she was not, but she did experience 3 stressful years, and forming a legal defence must have been emotionally and financially draining. To be on the safe side, doctors are expected to promote, not criticise vaccinations, no matter how many are pushed on us or what harm they cause. Any disabilities which result appear to be largely ignored and are written off in people's minds as collateral damage for the greater good. Swap greater good for greater profits and you get closer to the truth. Dr. Jane Donegan argues, as do many other doctors and scientists who speak out against vaccinations, that the reduction in the incidence of smallpox would have come about anyway because sanitary conditions were improved beyond all recognition in the 1890s, once people had access to clean drinking water and toilets, and were taught the importance of cleanliness in order to prevent disease. The proof of this is that at the turn of the century, scarlet fever, rheumatic fever and typhoid, etc. diminished too, without a vaccine being concocted. But anyone who questions vaccinations is vilified, and their views are incompatible with working inside the NHS framework. Also common testimony from doctors who speak out against vaccinations is that they used to believe wholeheartedly in them, because that is what was drummed into them at medical school. However, as the years passed and vaccines were created for this and that, they became more sceptical. After carrying out their own research, they formed the opinion that all vaccines carry a risk of injury and patients should be made more aware of these risks, not just bullied into accepting a shot in their arm or into the tiny arm of their baby. A book titled "Vaccines, the Biggest Medical Fraud in History" is full of interesting facts and figures. On Amazon, there is a warning notice saying the item is currently under review, which suggests it is likely being censored. But there are plenty of interesting facts on the description of the book, which is still visible. Sherry Nacken, RNMA, said, "Polio is not even contagious or infectious, never proven to be. There is no proof polio is caused by a virus. There is no evidence that anyone caught polio from another person in the family. There is no evidence that any nurse or doctor caught polio from a patient." End quote. It also lists in the book description historical public statistics from US public health reports. Tennessee, 1958. 119 cases of polio before compulsory shots. 1 year later, 386 cases of polio after compulsory shots. Ohio, 1958. 17 cases of polio before compulsory shots. 1 year later, 52 cases of polio after compulsory shots. Connecticut, 1958. 45 cases of polio before compulsory shots. 1 year later, 123 cases of polio after compulsory shots. North Carolina, 1958, 78 cases of polio before compulsory shots. 1 year later, 313 cases of polio after compulsory shots. Los Angeles, 1958, 89 cases of polio before shots. 1 year later, 190 cases of polio after shots. The book description also states, Japan adopted compulsory vaccinations in 1872 when they had only a few cases of smallpox. By 1892, they had the largest smallpox epidemic in their history with 165,774 cases and 29,979 deaths. Australia banned the smallpox vaccine after some children were killed by it, and in the following 15 years of unvaccinated Australia, there were only 3 cases of smallpox. The smallpox vaccine was discontinued in the United States after Dr. Henry Kemp reported to Congress in 1866 that fewer people were dying from the disease than from vaccination. At this point in my research, my brain is soaking up all this new information like a sponge, information that completely goes against conventional wisdom. And I start to wonder, what if everything I have been brought up to believe is, in fact, a lie? Vaccine controversies. I found many articles on the internet searching using a browser called DuckDuckGo, which supposedly allows private browsing and produces less censored results than Google on topics such as vaccinations. On the online publication Fort Rush News, which describes itself as a crack team of freedom fighters doing journalism, there's an article dated 10 November 2014 titled "Robert F. Kennedy Jr. exposes Bill Gates' vaccine dictatorship plan, cites Gates' twisted messiah complex." The article lists a catalogue of what can only be described as crimes against humanity. These are just a few. Indian doctors blame the Gates campaign for a devastating vaccine strain polio epidemic that paralysed 496,000 children between 2000 and 2017. During Gates' 2002 MENAFREVAC campaign in sub-Saharan Africa, Gates operatives forcibly vaccinated thousands of African children against meningitis. Between 50 to 500 children developed paralysis. South African newspapers complained, "We are guinea pigs for drug makers." In 2010, the Gates Foundation funded a trial of a GSK's experimental malaria vaccine, killing 151 African infants and causing serious adverse effects, including paralysis, seizure, and febrile convulsions to 1,048 of the 5,049 children. In 2019, Kenya's Catholic Doctors Association accused the WHO of chemically sterilising millions of unwilling Kenyan women with a phony tetanus vaccine campaign. Independent labs found the sterility formula in every vaccine tested. Global public health bodies accuse Gates of hijacking WHO's agenda away from the projects that are proven to curb infectious diseases, clean water, hygiene, nutrition and economic development. End quote. To any observer, the man does seem to have a real obsession with making money from stabbing people with needles full of poison. He boasted to a presenter on CNBC television, interviewed during World Economic Forum Conference Davos 2020, that from a $10 billion investment in vaccinations he had made, I'm presuming for the Bill and Melinda Foundation Trust, a 20-to-1 return on his investment. He drones on bullshitting about saving lives in the process as he tries to hide his glee. Conflicts of interest. Imperial College professor Neil Ferguson, now nicknamed Professor Lockdown because he gave the initial alarming 500,000 death prediction at the outset, later downgraded to 20,000, currently works within a vaccine impact modelling consortium at Imperial College. This consortium is financed by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and the Gavi Vaccine Alliance was started by Bill Gates, and he funds the World Health Organization. Now, it doesn't take a genius to work out there are serious conflicts of interest at play here. The frightening thing is, this psychopathic monster, referred to by some as Bill Gates of Hell, is pally with our heads of state. He's even been to Scotland and appears on news channels to talk about vaccines as if he is some brilliant medical guru, when in fact he has 0 qualifications and wrote pretty rubbish computer software. The only reason people give him the time of day is because he is rich. At the start of the pandemic, he was doing the rounds on mainstream media in the US and the UK. Phony presenters hang on to his every word, and when interviewed on BBC Breakfast on 12 April 2020, he actually said, "The thing that will get us back to the world we had before coronavirus is the vaccine, and getting that out to all 7 billion people." I noticed he didn't say a vaccine, he said the, suggesting perhaps a vaccine already existed. Now for the bad news. These new RNA vaccines heading our way that our governments are coercing us into taking have failed in trials involving animals. By that I mean the health of the animal deteriorated rapidly and some died, which is why the animal phase of testing has had to be skipped to ensure this type of vaccine could speedily be brought to market. Dr. Carrie Madej explains in numerous videos on BitChute why RNA vaccines are highly dangerous. She had to move to the BitChute platform because all her videos had been deleted from YouTube, and you'd have to scroll to around page 20 searching on Google to find any information even slightly critical of vaccinations. Google purchased YouTube in 2006. They are the same company, and this conglomerate won't now allow any criticism of vaccinations on it, and nor will Facebook. No matter how credible the person doing the criticising is, no matter how rushed a vaccine is, no matter what is at stake. If any anti-vaccine information does by some miracle gain traction, fact checkers, a new form of censorship, come out in force to discredit the information. In one of Dr. Carrie Madej's videos titled Human 2.0, a wake-up call to the world, she speaks of several terrifying aspects to an RNA vaccine. She states, "I looked at the pros and cons and it frightens me." Basically, if we get injected with an RNA vaccine, we will no longer be human. It will contain a substance which keeps multiplying within our bodies, altering our DNA. It could also contain a digital tattoo. A scanner passing over our skin will be able to tell whether or not we have been vaccinated. It turns out smirking billionaire Bill wants us all to be chipped like an animal, so the authorities can know exactly where we are, what we are doing, purchasing, consuming down our throats, how we are breathing, and we will never be able to escape the artificial intelligence 5G jail he and his powerful friends want us caged into. Billionaire Bill is the main player in the non-governmental organisation NGO called ID 2020 Alliance. According to website globalresearch.ca, it's an electronic ID program that uses generalised vaccination as a platform for digital identity. This explanation is in an article published on 6 June 2020 called "The Coronavirus COVID-19 Pandemic, the Real Danger is Agenda ID 2020. As well as Microsoft, the other companies involved in this technology, already patented and ready to be injected under our skin, are Accenture, Gavi Vaccine Alliance, IDEO.org, and the Rockefeller Foundation. The Global Research article states, "A nanochip may be injected unknown to the person being vaccinated. The chip may be remotely charged with all your personal data, including bank accounts, digital money." End quote. These sickos actually want to end humanity. They want to alter humans to make us part human, part machine. A machine which can be controlled remotely and our DNA altered to their whims. They could decide 1 year for fun to morph those of us not behaving to their liking into some sort of chimera, which is part human, part animal. Who knows what these sick transhumanists have been working on in their labs? After what I have experienced in the past 6 months, nothing would surprise me. The only news which might give us cause for hope is that at protests taking place in America and Australia against lockdown, protesters are holding up signs and shouting, "Arrest Bill Gates," over and over. And online, there is nothing but abuse being directed at him from the general public. Yet the MSM continues to use every means available to convince us he's all heart. Boris Johnson's United Nations speech. The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Boris Johnson, gave a speech to the United Nations on 24 September 2019 on the subject of artificial intelligence, AI. It is a thought-provoking speech and suggests he has a good understanding of the topic. AI can be used in incredible ways to benefit humanity, e.g. putting a chip in someone's brain to communicate instructions to an artificial limb, although he did not use this example. It can also be used in disturbing ways, if the technology were to land in unethical hands. Johnson assured those assembled, and anyone listening to his speech, that because the United Nations had a human rights charter, we have nothing to fear. If, like me, you've not been reading up on AI technology over the past decade, you're likely not aware of the frightening pace with which this has been progressing. In February 2020, I attended a robot exhibition at the new V&A Museum in Dundee, and among the robotic machines carrying out various tasks like hoovering and intermittently watering plants was a robot designed to stroke a person's arm to provide comfort at the end of life. The exhibition flagged up many moral issues. To supplement human care with a robot would be beneficial. To replace human care altogether would be inhumane. In Sweden, a significant number of people have already willingly had a tiny chip implanted into their hand, which they swipe to pay for things and use to provide identification. People go along with it because of the convenience. No need to pull out a bank card, remember a PIN number, or count out cash. But for AI to really kick in, 5G, fifth generation cell towers had to be installed in every town and city to turn them into smart cities. Towers have to be installed at short intervals so that the signals overlap to produce a cloud of electromagnetic radiation in the atmosphere. This cloud then sits like an invisible blanket above our head, whether we like it or not. Once fully rolled out, 5G technology enables tech companies and government agencies to monitor our every movement, purchases and habits. Smart appliances can collect data on us. Smart meters already enable suppliers to monitor energy usage from a distance and to turn power on and off remotely. Energy rationing is on the cards in the not too distant future, and smart meters will be the means to do it. This is all explained in United Nations documents, Agenda 2021 and Agenda 2030, which 179 countries have signed up to, including the United Kingdom, without even so much as a referendum. The language used in these documents is charming, lulling the reader into a false sense of security. Words such as sustainable are used throughout, and we are promised some kind of eco-utopia, living in smart cities where everyone walks or cycles to reduce their carbon footprint. Unfortunately, the real agenda is a tad more sinister. It is all about controlling us, controlling the world's resources, our usage of resources, and, most worryingly, the supply of food. In Johnson's speech, he explains, smart cities will pullulate with sensors all joined together by the Internet of Things. Ballers communicating invisibly with lampposts so there is always a parking space for your electric car, so that no bin goes unemptied, no street unswept, and the urban environment is as antiseptic as a Zurich pharmacy. Then he warns, but this technology could also be used to keep every citizen under round-the-clock surveillance. A future Alexa will pretend to take orders, but this Alexa will be watching you. In the future, voice connectivity will be in every room and almost every object, and every one of them minutely transcribing your every habit in tiny electronic shorthand, stored not in their chips or their innards, nowhere you can find it, but in some great cloud of data that lowers ever more oppressively over the human race. End quote. Johnson goes on to describe data as the crude oil of the modern economy, and that digital authorizationism is not, alas, the stuff of dystopian fantasy, but of an emerging reality. The UK is one of the world's tech leaders, and I believe governments have been simply caught unawares by the unintended consequences of the internet. A scientific breakthrough more far-reaching in its everyday psychological impact than any other invention since Gutenberg. It is bigger than the atomic age, but it is like nuclear power in that it is capable of both good and harm. And it is a deep human instinct to be wary of any kind of technical progress. And there are today people who are actually still anti-science. End quote. It was the next sentence which stood out because he went completely off topic. A whole movement called the anti-vaxxers, who refuse to acknowledge the evidence that vaccinations have eradicated smallpox and who by their prejudices are actually endangering the very children they want to protect. And I totally reject this anti-scientific pessimism. End quote. This proves that the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom is pro-vaccinations, almost to the point of evangelism. In his opinion, the sign of an optimistic person is someone who submits to having God knows what injected into them because a doctor who gets paid for every jab and a pharmaceutical company which gets paid per dose tells them to do it. And why mention vaccinations at all in a lecture on artificial intelligence unless he believes these topics are somehow related? Johnson goes on to say, I am profoundly optimistic about the ability of new technology to serve as a liberator and remake the world wondrously and benignly. Indeed, in countless respects, technology is already doing just that. At stake is whether we bequeath an Orwellian world designed for censorship, repression and control, or a world of emancipation, debate and learning, where technology threatens famine and disease, but not our freedoms. 7 decades ago, this General Assembly adopted the Universal Declaration of Human Rights with no dissenting voices, uniting humanity for the first and perhaps only time behind one set of principles. And our declaration, our joint declaration, upholds freedom of opinion and expression, the privacy of home over correspondence, and the right to seek and impart information and ideas. Unless we ensure that new technology reflects this spirit, I fear that our declaration will mean nothing and no longer hold. So the mission of the United Kingdom and all who share our values must be to ensure that emerging technologies are designed from the outset for freedom, openness and pluralism, with the right safeguards in place to protect our peoples." End quote. Actions speak louder than words. 6 months later, under his leadership, the UK entered a nightmarish Orwellian world. PM Johnson catches coronavirus. For several days, from 5 April 2020, the nation was on tenterhooks as to whether Boris Johnson would pull through. Apparently, he was in intensive care, although never on a ventilator, just an oxygen tube. But considering all the lies being told and the conflicts of interest discovered, I wouldn't have believed he was acutely ill unless I saw him with my own eyes and stayed by his bedside over a long period. He is an excellent actor and was likely a leading light in an acting troupe at Oxford University, as well as trashing restaurants with his Bullingdon Club chums, which included former Prime Minister David Cameron. During this period, when he was battling for his life, I too was hoping he would survive, because had he not, for any reason, I knew the hysteria around the virus would escalate and the lockdown conditions harden. Thankfully, his life was saved, we were told, by the NHS, which fitted nicely into the "we must worship the NHS" narrative. He spent a further 2 weeks recovering at the Chequers estate before returning to work on Monday, 27 April. NHS and care homes. The government's treatment of the elderly has been tantamount to manslaughter. While family and friends were not allowed to visit residents and care homes, ill patients were transferred from hospital into care homes. However, even if categorised as nursing homes, as far as I know, there is only ever one nurse on duty. The rest of the staff, no matter how kind, are not medically trained. This explains why so many people died in care homes. Also, without anything to look forward to, no activities taking place, and being denied visitors for months on end, many residents gave up the will to live. Imagine lying alone all day for several months in a dismal bedroom, and the only person to enter from time to time is a carer wearing plastic overalls, a mask and rubber gloves. In April 2020, I noticed sad notices stuck to a care home window near where I live. It is actually a good home and I would trust the carers there, but the message shows the level of trust involved in allowing extremely vulnerable people to be hidden away indefinitely. One card says, "To my loved ones, I'm being looked after very well." Signed, Evelyn. Evelyn's relatives have no choice but to take the staff's word for it. It turned out GPs weren't checking on these vulnerable adults either. Some GPs even refused to go into care homes when a resident became desperately ill and the home called for help. Isn't that like a fireman refusing to attend a fire in case they get burnt? According to Age UK Charity, in an article published on their website on 13 March 2020 titled "GPs Refusing to Visit Care Home Patients," numbers of unwell care home residents are being left untreated because doctors are refusing to visit them. Both the British Medical Association, BMA, and the English Community Care Association, a group representing the owners of care homes, suggest the problem is widespread. The same dereliction of duty occurred in Scotland. In an article published in the Guardian newspaper on 7 April 2020 titled "Care Home Operators Ask Army and GPs to Tackle Coronavirus Deaths," the charity Age Scotland claimed, in some cases local GPs were refusing to attend these care homes. Scottish Care, the sector's umbrella body, said GPs should be required to visit care homes or take residents to hospital when necessary. I'll leave you to make up your own mind as to whether it was a new deadly disease which killed swathes of elderly people, or whether it was an orchestrated plan to reduce the elderly population. We now know that we can pay national insurance contributions all our working lives, which is supposed to include health insurance from cradle to grave, and we can be denied access to a doctor and denied access to a dignified end-of-life treatment in a hospital setting. Here in the UK, any pretence that the state cares about the elderly is truly dead and buried. Coronavirus survivors. Main players in the coronavirus show began claiming they had coronavirus symptoms and disappeared for a couple of weeks to self-isolate. In April 2020 in Scotland, at one point around 1/3 of GPs were off work, self-isolating. A wee tickly cough would be enough to stay at home on full pay and catch up on a bit of reading or do jobs needing done around the house. Celebrities joined the party, as did Prince Charles, who announced he had the virus, and off he went travelling to the Balmoral estate in Scotland to reach his holiday home, which no one seemed to mind or mention, despite the fact we were forbidden from doing exactly that. I felt instinctively there must be a reason why all the main players in the UK government and their advisers had to claim to have caught COVID-19, and not just for the 2-week holiday on full pay and to ramp up the perceived danger. I thought there had to be a bigger reason, like further down the line it would be announced that anyone who had already had COVID-19 were now immune and wouldn't need to have the COVID-19 vaccine or something along these lines. Then, on 22nd May 2020, the front page of The Times ran with the headline, "Immunity forms planned for coronavirus survivors." The Health Secretary, Matt Hancock, was considering, for a second time, to introduce a certificate of certification, allowing survivors to be exempt from 2-metre distancing and allowing them to do more activities. What Sweden is doing, UK might have done. It's sad to reflect that the UK almost took the same path as Sweden, or so we are led to believe. We are fed the story that Boris Johnson initially wanted to let the virus run through the population and people would eventually gain herd immunity, the usual approach. But as the months passed, it became more likely the whole thing was planned at global level because Johnson quickly turned into a lockdown zealot. Most countries did lock up innocent citizens and trash the economy, but there were a few exceptions. Sweden, South Korea and Japan did not implement a compulsory stay-at-home policy. They implemented some safety measures but did not shut down the entire economy, and businesses including bars and barbers remained open throughout with reduced occupancy. Countries which implemented harsh lockdown policies reported a high number of deaths, so there is no evidence that this policy saved a single life. And I suspect no one will add up all the suicides and deaths as a result of abject poverty, which will occur over the coming years as a result of a great economic depression deliberately triggered by the lockdown policy. Lockdown extension. Imperial College professor Neil Ferguson may have wildly exaggerated the likely number of deaths from COVID-19 in mid-March, but when his figures were reduced from 500,000 to 50,000, then 20,000, the UK did nothing to ease the lockdown. The BBC has, since March, been nothing more than coronavirus crisis TV, British broadcasting coronavirus, which led me to the conclusion that lockdown was the course of action the UK government wanted all along, and it is in it for the long haul. After the initial lockdown period of 3 weeks was extended, the abusive comments below my videos virtually stopped. I moved on to a bit of campaigning on Facebook to try to reach a different set of people. They were still in the lockdown saves lives mode and angrily responded to any comments I posted, calling me everything under the sun, questioning my sanity, which is the favourite insult of ignorant people who have no arguments. They think they are clever because they believe everything their leaders tell them, and that I am stupid, insane, a lunatic because I do my own research. The NHS, the new religion. In Czech Václav Havel's classic non-fiction work, The Power of the Powerless, for which he was sentenced to 3 years imprisonment by the communist government in former Czechoslovakia, he gives an example of a greengrocer displaying a sign among the vegetables in his window, "Workers of the World Unite," the famous slogan from the Communist Manifesto 1848, authored by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels. The Workers of the Unite sign was sent to the greengrocer from headquarters along with onions and carrots. Havel explains, "The slogan is really a sign, and as such contains a subliminal but very different message. Verbally, it might be expressed this way: I, the greengrocer XY, live here, and I know what I must do. I behave in the manner expected of me. I can be depended upon, and am beyond reproach. I am obedient, and therefore I have the right to be left in peace." This message, of course, has an addressee. It is directed above, to the greengrocer's superior, and at the same time it is a shield that protects the greengrocer from potential informers. End quote. Being instructed to go out into the street and clap the NHS on Thursdays at 8 p.m, which happened in the UK, had a similar purpose. Neighbours and CCTV cameras were able to see at a glance who was and was not clapping. A police force in England put out a video on social media asking people to go and check on their neighbours if they didn't appear on their doorstep at 8 p.m. on Thursdays. In it, the camera rotated around houses in a cul-de-sac in a middle-class housing estate and showed the inhabitants out in front of their houses clapping, which made me wonder what would happen to people who chose not to come out to show their appreciation for the NHS at the required time. This question was soon answered. On 24 April 2020, several newspapers in England reported that an exhausted mother was named and shamed on a community Facebook group for not taking part in the clapping session. She was accused of letting down the street, and if she couldn't spend 1 minute clapping for the National Health Service, then she and her family don't deserve the use of the NHS if they get ill. Clap for NHS was eventually renamed Clap for Carers to include all carers. In a way, this initiative is more sinister than having to display the Workers of the World Unite sign in a shop window. The reason being is that it was occurring outside people's homes, not a commercial address. All you had to do was walk around residential areas at 8 p.m. to observe people's views on what was happening. Houses with a car in the driveway and signs of life inside, which had no one standing outside clapping at 8 p.m, were presumed not to value the NHS. Absence from clap for carers caused neighbours who had previously been on friendly terms to turn against one another. This was just one tactic used by the state to get people to turn on each other. Within a matter of weeks of police forces in England and Wales setting up dedicated phone lines and online forums asking people to report lockdown breakers, the same forces were begging informers to stop. So inundated were they with people reporting neighbours with whom they were in long-running disputes. Cambridge Police tweeted, "We have now developed an online form allowing you to report individuals breaching COVID-19 restrictions via our website," and a link to that. "Please do not call 101 to report breaches. Thank you for supporting the stay at home, stay safe message." Clap for carers ended after several months when numbers began dwindling and the more astute among us realised that the NHS, which had pretty much closed its doors in March, was not reopening. And if it did ever reopen, it would be on an entirely different basis. Lockdown shamers. After lockdown was announced, busybody types took it upon themselves to spy on every activity going on in their neighbourhood, film it and post it on social media to cause perpetrators to feel shame or worse, be sanctioned by the police. My little research of lockdown shaming has shown middle-aged women on Facebook to be the worst culprits. Oh, how they enjoy a bit of lockdown shaming, especially of teenagers, forgetting the freedom they themselves had when they were that age. Reporting actions such as a group of young boys playing cricket in a park gives them a purpose during this pandemic, in which nothing would have occurred had you not turned on your television, radio, or seen COVID signage and folk walking around wearing face masks looking like extras in a bad hospital drama. However, it's possible these troublemakers may even believe they are doing good and are on a par with brave women who, during World War II, did everything humanly possible for the war effort. If they do, they are deluded. The most common accusation thrown at anyone striving for a bit of freedom is that they are selfish. They, on the other hand, are completely selfless. Their selfless acts of kindness include staying at home watching movies, writing abusive comments on Facebook or Twitter in response to anyone questioning lockdown policy, and reporting anyone who sneaks into their parents' home to check they are okay. These upstanding citizens make it clear they have no issue with sacrificing their freedoms temporarily for the greater good. They cannot think a step ahead and consider for 1 minute that they are being tricked into accepting a police state. The brainwashing message that is pumped out relentlessly by the media is that anyone who complains about lost freedoms is being selfish. To seek freedom is selfish. It's a message that has been accepted, even embraced, by most people. From a young age, we witness the benefits which come with conforming in society and the punishments that can result in not conforming. When rules are reasonable, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. However, the change which has occurred since the COVID-19 pandemic hit is that all rules must be obeyed, no matter how stupid, outrageous, or inhumane, and punishments must be meted out to offenders. Honey Trap Park protests. By chance, I got wind of lockdown protests which were due to take place on 15 May 2020 in 2 public parks near where I live in Scotland. However, when I researched on Facebook, the only posts I could find referring to these protests came from politicians, councillors, police and the media. I live in Dundee, a small city in Scotland, which has 2 newspapers which focus on local news, the Courier and the Evening Telegraph. Both have a huge readership because of their focus on local reporting. They are owned by the same newspaper group, which is well known for not allowing employees to join unions, just in case they might collectively push for higher wages. On 13 May 2020, the Courier published an article headed, "Coronavirus, Police Warn Against Attending Mass Gatherings Planned in Dundee and Fife's Parks to Protest at Lockdown," which within it included an advertising poster. Now, I know because I am fairly interested in current affairs and occasionally attend protests, that this newspaper does from time to time publish articles like this, but never before had I seen all the details of the event included in the article, along with an advertising flyer, where to meet, at what time, etc. Even from a copyright point of view, this would seem highly irregular unless the paper had received prior permission from the creator to publish their artwork. Usually, with an article of this type, I would have to do a fair bit of digging to find out the actual details of the protest, gathered from a different source. This actually makes sense if a newspaper is to remain apolitical. It seemed doubly odd that they should choose to promote an event which, under the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Scotland Regulations 2020, would be prohibited. This is what the regulations say. Restrictions on movement and gatherings. Number 6. During the emergency period, no person may participate in a gathering in a public place of more than 2 people, except where all the persons in the gathering are members of the same household, where the gathering is essential for work purposes, to attend a funeral, or where reasonably necessary. 1. To facilitate a house move. 2. To provide care or assistance to a vulnerable person. 3. To provide emergency assistance. Or 4. To participate in legal proceedings or to fulfil a legal obligation. I wasn't the only one to find this odd. These comments were posted underneath the newspaper article on Facebook. Gary Ritchie wrote, "Probably not the best idea to keep promoting this every few hours." And Jules Bell replied, 100%. David Morrison replied, "The Courier is determined to turn this into an actual event rather than just one of a bunch of pictures some guy on the internet posted. They've gone from reporting the news to trying to create it." A separate article appeared with a different slant in the Courier's sister newspaper, the Evening Telegraph. Attached to the article was a photograph of a Dundee councillor with an extremely disapproving look on his face. The man was furious about an event that had yet to take place, that the newspaper seemed hell-bent on promoting. Some of the lines in the article are hilarious, e.g., members of the UK freedom movement are believed to be anti-vaxxers opposed to child vaccinations. This whole sorry saga has brought with it a mixture of comedy and horror. But it's too soon to laugh because up until now the joke has entirely been on us. The establishment is certainly winning the fight. I just hope and pray it does not win the war. The sentence, "It's unclear if the group and its flyers are a hoax," was obviously written to cover the media outlet reporting a lot of untrue drivel. The same drivel, with the same poster design, was repeated in various regional newspapers throughout the UK, threatening anyone considering going along. And the only UK freedom movement I could find in the UK put a statement on their website denying any involvement in the park protests. The whole narrative in the newspapers seemed highly suspicious. It occurred to me it was entirely possible that the state could have been the organiser behind the park protests. But why do this? I can think of some motives. To set people up to fail, to prove overwhelming support for lockdown policy, to make people afraid to protest against lockdown, to chastise people for their selfish behaviour. I have discovered there is actually a division of the UK Army called the 77th Brigade, created in January 2015, whose purpose is to quash misinformation and to counter disinformation. From morning to night, there is, believe it or not, an army of people fighting anyone who dares question government policy on social media platforms. Rather like paying telecommunication companies to track us, we, UK taxpayers, are paying for army recruits to attack us and our opinions on social media. If requested, Twitter and Facebook will dutifully remove comments, and if our misinformation, disinformation crimes are deemed serious enough, they will permanently close our accounts, which is what happened to David Icke. His YouTube account, which had 900,000 subscribers, was deleted without warning. His Facebook page had 770,000 followers, was also shut down, which illustrates that Britain is entering a dangerous era of state censorship. I suspect more than a few 77th Brigaders were put on the front line to write comments after the park protests on Facebook to chastise protesters and praise our leaders, in this case Scotland's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon. Peter Max wrote, "Thank you, Nicola. You're doing a grand job. I admit that living alone with underlying health issues in isolation hasn't been easy for me. My loved ones live 7,000 miles away, but I'm staying in to save lives. I've not seen a human being in 8 weeks, but I'm happy to stay in till it's safe for us to come out. God bless you all." Caroline Donaldson wrote, "Agree. These protesters can sign on arrival at said protest that if they or any of their family get COVID, they are not to seek medical advice or admission to hospital. Oh, and they are putting the police lives at stake too, having to police their event. Go live in Trump's America, idiots." After the event, the same newspapers ridiculed the poor turnout. The Fife Reporter, reporting on the second part protest, ran this headline: "Fife anti-lockdown protest, no one turns up at mass gathering." I thought this was funny. Even the organiser didn't turn up at an event they supposedly organised. Isn't that a bit like not turning up for your own party? A recurring theme in the comments underneath the online newspaper articles was that protesters should be denied medical care from the now exalted NHS. Hyde Park protest. The only protest across the UK which did have a reasonable turnout took place in Hyde Park, London. I recognised some familiar faces among those arrested. In total, 19 people were arrested, including one man in his 70s who is a scientist called Piers Corbyn. He is the older brother of former Labour Party leader Jeremy Corbyn. Speaker's Corner is a famous spot in Hyde Park where people turn up and spout their views to anyone who cares to listen. People have been doing this for hundreds of years. However, under coronavirus laws, this is no longer permitted if a gathering of more than 2 gathers. During an interview on Talk Radio on 18th May 2020, speaking to Ian Collins, Piers Corbyn said he was held in a police station for 7 hours. What was of particular interest to me is that he said, "We're nothing to do with the freedom movement. We're Stand Up X." This provided more evidence that the national and regional newspapers throughout the UK lied about a UK freedom movement being involved. It was a red herring thrown in to confuse people concerned about their loss of civil liberties, to deter them from attending. The Huffington Post really went in for the kill, and a journalist wrote what I believe is a purely fictional article titled, "What Draws the Far Right and Anti-Vaxxers to Lockdown Protests?", which included this paragraph. Some believe Jada Franson, the former deputy leader of the far-right Britain First group, may be behind the UK Freedom Movement organisation, something she has flatly denied. Britain First is a nationalist, anti-Islam group that has said it hates white left-wing politicians who are wrecking our country. End quote. The subliminal message of the articles were, if you attend a lockdown protest, you will be associated with far-right extremist groups and expect to be punished, arrested even. Piers Corbyn continued to protest every Saturday in Hyde Park against the UK lockdown, and a few weeks later he started a crowd justice fundraiser to raise money to pay for his legal defence. It turned out the septuagenarian was due to appear in court not once but twice. So ringleaders were being arrested and charged, a risk most people in employment are not prepared to take. Distracting the public. Dancing nurses. A few months into the pandemic, we were entertained with hospital staff dance videos. They were extraordinary and demonstrated just how underutilised staff were under this new COVID-only health service, which had cancelled operations and outpatient services since 25 March 2020. This inspired me to do another video, which again can be found on my YouTube channel Moira Dundee, titled "Do the Private Hospital Dance?". The parting shot of the UK Parliament before MPs went AWOL and Parliament shut its doors was agreeing to pay private hospitals £2.4 million per day to rent beds from them. Considering the fact the NHS was never overwhelmed, I doubt very much if even one set of bedclothes ever required laundering. However, after a couple of months, they would have required dusting. Black Lives Matter. During the third month of lockdown, when the criminals behind this power grab decided to up the ante, a black man was killed by a white policeman in America. Since I don't know this man personally, I have no idea if he did die, as we were told, or whether the whole scene was performed by crisis actors to create civil unrest. Paid crisis actors do exist, as do hire-a-mob websites. See crowdsondemand.com. On its homepage, it boasts, "At Crowds On Demand, we provide our clients with protests, rallies, flash mobs, paparazzi events and other PR stunts." End quote. The deeper I delve, the more I am convinced there is very little reported on the news that isn't orchestrated by the rich and powerful to make us react in a way which suits their agenda. In an article titled "Black Lives Matter cashes in with $100 million from liberal foundations" in the Washington Post on 16 August 2016, it reported top Democratic Party donor George Soros had given more than $33 million in grants to the Black Lives Matter movement. To me, it was obvious that MSN was desperately trying to distract us. Suddenly, news reporters were focusing intensely on racial issues, and in particular on Black Lives Matter protests, which spread throughout the world like wildfire. Unlike the anti-lockdown protests, these protests were violent at times, and in London, historic statues were vandalised, some even torn down. In Bristol, a statue of Edward Colston, a slave trader, was tossed into the sea. As the economy was going down the tubes, along with civil liberties, rendering us all slaves, debates raged on in the media as to which historic statues should be removed and which ones allowed to stay. The interesting aspect to these protests, in comparison to anti-lockdown protests, was that politicians and police did not declare them illegal. Some members of Parliament in London even joined the throng. As long as the thousands of protesters were not violent, their enormous protests were permitted. Police arrested no one unless they were violent, and dozens of police constables were even filmed getting down on one knee as if swearing allegiance to the cause. No law was changed between Piers Corbyn being arrested at anti-lockdown protests and the Black Lives Matter protests throughout the UK. This demonstrates selective law enforcement and unfair punishments meted out only to those who dare criticise government policy. Government advertising in newspapers. But maybe I shouldn't be too harsh on the newspapers acting in cahoots with the government, as they now fight for their own survival. A result of forcing businesses to close and making it illegal to go to work unless the government deems you essential, as opposed to non-essential, irrelevant, useless, is that very few people are buying print newspapers and, as a result, their advertising revenue has plummeted. It's well documented that print newspapers were struggling before this all kicked off, so it's not hard to imagine newspapers are at high risk of going under. They need government advertising revenue to keep them afloat. In May, Finance Secretary Kate Forbes announced the Scottish Government was investing a further £3 million in advertising in Scotland's newspapers. These big stay-at-home, protect the NHS adverts have to be paid for somehow. As this is taxpayers' money, we are effectively paying for our own indoctrination. This includes paying for banners at roundabouts and billboards across the whole of Scotland which say, "Thank you, NHS." Underhand tactics. Accustomed to having spats with lockdown supporters on social media, I noticed around the time David Icke was silenced that several people claimed to have reported me for some of my posts on Twitter. It seemed a coordinated media and police campaign was launched at the same time to encourage people to report family members. My own husband could have reported me, as he does not agree with the anti-lockdown stance I have taken. This tweet was posted by North Yorkshire Police. Police are keen to increase public understanding of, prevent and build confidence to encourage more people to come forward and safeguard their loved ones. If you are worried about someone and would like more info, visit the Let's Talk About It website. And a link to that. The graphic said, "Online radicalisation. Are you worried about someone? Are they repeating conspiracy theories? Are they speaking to people who are spreading hate?" I don't know much about North Yorkshire Police, but South Yorkshire Police are quite an infamous police force in the UK. They are infamous because of their inhumane behaviour surrounding the Hillsborough disaster, which claimed the lives of 96 Liverpool fans on 15 April 1989. But we would not know about it. The appalling behaviour of the police had brave men and women not fought for more than 20 years to get the truth into the public domain. Such was the extent of the cover-up. I could not believe what I was hearing when I watched a documentary on the topic once the truth finally came out. It taught me never to trust the police, the government or the British Broadcasting Company. They are all in cahoots, lying on behalf of one another when required. Police officers in South Yorkshire lied under oath. They falsified reports and repeated disgusting lies about Liverpool football fans to cover up their own mistakes. Mistakes which led to the horrific crushing suffocation of 96 innocent people. This police force also brutalised the miners during the bitter 1980s miners' strike, when the police became aptly known as Maggie's Boot Boys. The Prime Minister at the time, Margaret Thatcher, bribed the police with wage rises and generous overtime payments, which some waived in the face of starving, striking miners. South Yorkshire Police was the most photographed, and there exist incredible photographs of hundreds of police mounted on horseback in riot gear, charging towards bare-chested, jean-wearing miners on a sunny day, taking part in a peaceful protest. The police beat those unarmed men to a pulp with batons and charged those they battered with inciting riot, the maximum sentence of which at the time was life imprisonment. The film director Ken Loach was working for the BBC at the time, and he took footage at what is known as the Battle of Orgreaves, Orgreaves being a coal coke plant. He said he witnessed, and his film footage clearly showed, it was the police who charged at the miners, and they retaliated by throwing stones at the army of mounted police in order to defend themselves. Loach claims the BBC edited his footage to show miners throwing stones and then the police charging at them in response to their aggression. They switched the sequence of events in order to turn the general public against the miners, who up until this point had generally been supportive of them. This sneaky manoeuvre was a defining moment in UK history, as it did turn the public against the miners. The UK government, police and the supposedly unbiased BBC did conspire to beat the miners. And beat the miners they did. The point is, when push comes to shove, they all unite against us. And they always do. This line we are fed, that the police only police by consent, is a load of baloney. The police act on behalf of the government first and foremost, and the BBC speaks on behalf of the government. Everything else is merely a pretence. I had an interesting self-righteous exchange on Twitter with one informant called Anthony Rose, who hilariously describes himself in his bio as a free thinker. He replied angrily to a tweet I wrote, calling on the police to switch sides. And I quoted from Charlie Chaplin's famous speech in his film The Great Dictator. I wrote, calling all police, British Army, etc. Don't fight for slavery, fight for liberty. Don't give yourselves to brutes, men who despise you, enslave you. End quote. Your own family, friends and children suffer from a police state too. I was replying to an official post which came out of 10 Downing Street, so I suppose I was asking for trouble. Anthony Rose replied, what a completely idiotic idea, and one which will endanger millions of lives. Quoting a line from a Chaplin film doesn't make your point any stronger. End quote. I was hoping to provide the full exchange, which was around 20 tweets in total, but he blocked me and I lost a record of the conversation. In it, he even made the wild accusation that, by wanting to end lockdown, I wanted to kill my own father. The exchange ended with him telling me, I have already reported you. Then, on the same day, there was Carol Freeman, who had a tweet of mine removed. His reply to the deleted tweet confirmed this. Carol Freeman wrote, I'm going to go out on a limb here, Moira, and make a wild guess. I'm guessing that you don't work on a COVID-19 critical care ward. And not only that, but none of your friends do. Am I right? My reply to that was deleted by Twitter. Then he wrote, I'll take that as an indication I was right. Thanks for the confirmation. Who was Carol talking to when he wrote, I'll take it that as an indication that I was right? Thanks for the confirmation. Who was he getting confirmation from? What I did notice was both informants, likely keyboard soldiers in the British Army 77th Brigade, made a point of saying how bad things were on a COVID-19 critical care ward. After a while, I began to recognise the template they were following, because they would say similar things to discredit people. The most common put-downs being conspiracy theorist and anti-vaxxer. This expression had obviously annoyed a young mother from Perth whose child had been vaccine injured, because at a rally in Edinburgh, the first point she made was, "People call us anti-vaxxers. We're not anti-vaxxers. We're ex-vaxxers." Snitch number 1 told me to go and spend a day in an intensive care unit. If I had, in the region where I live, I doubt I would have seen much action, because in an area of 420,000 people, Tayside, Scotland, there were, on 3 May 2020, less than 5 people in intensive care. But lockdown supporters don't like it when you point out inconvenient facts which go against their hysteria. The official figures showed that on 3 May 2020, 99 patients were in intensive care with confirmed or suspected COVID-19 across the whole of Scotland, out of a population of 5.4 million. As far as I am aware, the demand for ICU beds never actually increased above the initial 190 capacity. The massive numbers we were told were going to drop like flies from this deadly virus, which would swamp the NHS, never materialised. Nevertheless, we were told hospital wards were like war zones. In mid-April, the Scottish Health Secretary, Jean Freeman, announced as a result of reconfiguring hospitals, NHS Scotland had increased its capacity from 190 to 585 ICU beds, complete with trained staff and ventilators. On 3 May 2020, after 6 weeks of lockdown, when the number of desperately ill people in intensive care had reduced to 99, the number of ICU beds had tripled to 585. Yet still, healthy Scottish citizens were forbidden from playing golf alone and from going fishing, which made me wonder how low ICU numbers had to go before First Minister Nicola Sturgeon would deem it safe to hit a little white ball down a fairway. Was she waiting for numbers in intensive care to drop below 10 for the whole of Scotland? Was she waiting until people stopped dying altogether? I jest, but her willingness to keep lockdown going, releasing no one, became increasingly obvious. The NHS was not being overwhelmed, the original argument for putting us under house arrest in the first place. This did not bode well for Scotland's citizens desperate to break free from lockdown's invisible chains. 2 days later, 6 weeks into lockdown, Nicola Sturgeon said in an official statement, "We will only make changes to lockdown rules when we believe it is safe to do so, whether that is in reopening schools or businesses or increasing social interaction. The most important task for all of us in the here and now is to get the virus under more control than it is right now. I cannot stress enough that we really are at a critical stage. That means asking you again to stick rigorously to the current rules, to think about your own compliance, and tightening that, if anything, not easing up on it. If you have been going out a bit more than you should, please rectify that." End quote. After 6 weeks of abject misery, Scotland's first dictator made no mention of the Scottish Government taking any measures to ease the lockdown. 18,000 government spies. On 28 April, a disturbing article appeared in the Guardian newspaper titled "NHS App Testing and Contact Tracing. How will the UK's coronavirus plan work?" It said UK Health Minister Matt Hancock planned to recruit 18,000 contact tracers. The article stated, of these, the government has proposed 15,000 should be call handlers, so only 3,000 would be trained public health staff, including environmental health officers and probably sexual health staff with experience of contact tracing and knowledge of their communities. End quote. On Monday, 4 May 2020, an article was published in The Guardian titled UK Government Using Pandemic to Transfer NHS Duties to Private Sector. It reported Deloitte, KPMG, Serco, Sodexo, MITI, Boots and the US data mining group Palantir have secured taxpayer-funded commissions to manage COVID-19 drive-in test centres, the purchasing of personal protective equipment, PPE, and the building of Nightingale hospitals. End quote. While we stayed at home to protect the NHS, two phrases repeated ad nauseum, government ministers used special powers to bypass normal tendering and award a string of contracts to private companies and management consultants without open competition. End quote. And the fact the new spying app had little, if anything, to do with the National Health Service didn't stop our corrupt politicians naming it the NHS app. The article explained how the NHS COVID-19 app works. 1. Download the app. 2. Provide your postcode. 3. Keep your phone with you. 4. The app wakes up when it senses a person also using the app comes into range. It will use Bluetooth to measure how far away the other person is every 15 seconds. The app will store the other phone's details for 28 days if the two devices come into close contact. 5. Use the app to put a tick or cross against symptoms. Fever, dry cough, shortness of breath, headaches, sore throat. 6. The answers will then be analysed by the NHS's Artificial Intelligence AI programme. If the AI decides the symptoms could be COVID-19, it will tell you to self-isolate for 14 days indoors. 7. An alert will be sent to close contacts, advising them to isolate for 14 days. 8. The COVID-19 suspect receives a viral swab test. A positive result is highly likely since a goat and a papaya tested positive for COVID-19 in Tanzania. 9. Result. If positive, a quarantine remains in place for you and all other contacts. It occurred to me that by downloading this app, the user could end up in an endless cycle of being sentenced to 14 days to the strictest form of house arrest. This is especially true if you live in a highly urbanised area. Anyone who sits near you, who later ticks on their app that they are, for example, experiencing shortness of breath and dry cough, means you will also receive an alert. You must stay indoors for 14 days. And eventually, when you venture outside again, having never been ill, and you come into contact with another person who then reports symptoms, you will receive another alert to stay indoors for 14 days. And so the cycle continues. In an article in the Daily Telegraph dated 6 May 2020 headed "Concerns Grow Over Tracing Apps Security and Privacy," Professor Ross Anderson, a security engineering expert at the University of Cambridge, said, "I recognise the overwhelming force of the public health arguments for a centralised system, but I also have 25 years' experience of the NHS being incompetent at delivering systems and repeatedly breaking their privacy promises when they do manage to collect some data of value to somebody else." End quote. One of the NHS failures was eventually having to abandon a new IT system at a cost of £10 billion to the taxpayer. And we are supposed to trust this crowd outsourcing the work to dodgy, cutthroat companies, two of which, Serco and Sodexo, operate private prisons. And one, Serco, has already been found guilty of committing fraud against us. Insanity equals doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Anyone who believes releasing control of every aspect of their lives to a government which has privatised everything under the sun and has almost completed the dismantling of the NHS, especially in England, intends to do anything to protect the NHS, will be sorely disappointed. And it sends a shiver up my spine that a company profiting from tracking our every move could also profit from locking us up. Ventura County, where a tracing app justifies taking children. At a press conference on 4 May 2020, Dr. Robert Levin, Health Director of Ventura County Public Health in California, talked about their new community contact tracing program. He went on to explain how it would work. As we do more testing, we will find more and more people who have COVID-19, and again, we'll isolate every one of them, and we will find every one of their contacts, and we will make sure they stay quarantined, and we'll check in with them every day. It's not just our county that is bringing more people on. There are going to be thousands of people hired who will be these contact investigators throughout the state. And this is happening in many other states, perhaps all the states in our country. We will be giving intensive training to these people, training not only for identifying and finding contacts, but also in terms of how to be sensitive about doing it. We also realise that as we find more contacts, some of the people we find are going to have trouble being isolated. For instance, if they live in a home where there is only one bathroom, and there are 3 or 4 other people living there, and those people don't have COVID infection, we're not going to be able to keep that person in that home. Every person we're isolating needs to have their own bathroom. And so we'll be moving people like this into other kinds of housing that we have available. They'll also have other needs, perhaps food, whatever it's going to be. The county will be there to back them up and to support them. End quote. On hearing Dr. Robert Levin's chilling speech, it does beg the question, is the COVID-19 circus an elaborate plot to steal poor people's children? Rich people with multiple bathrooms being exempt. The loony left. This expression prior to lockdown used to annoy me. It was a way of discrediting anyone interested in narrowing the divide between rich and poor. A divide which has, since the bailing out of the banks, which caused the financial crash of 2008, become a canyon. However, the left's response to lockdown has been a real eye-opener. The political parties on the left, while accusing the government of a lack of protective clothing for workers, etc., and decrying the fact many workers don't qualify for the government's furlough scheme, no one in a position of power challenged the actual lockdown policy. I have not heard a single person on the left in politics mention the loss of civil liberties, taken away supposedly for a few weeks so as not to overwhelm the NHS. After nearly 3 months of lockdown mayhem and following face coverings being made mandatory on public transport, Unite, the union, published this on their website. While only the police have the power to apply on-the-spot fines for a failure to comply with the conditions of travel, Unite believes that bus companies should be utilising staff other than drivers to order people who are not wearing a face covering to leave the bus. End quote. How they imagine bus companies can survive when it is so unpleasant and intimidating for a person to travel, especially those with hidden disabilities, is anyone's guess. And I wouldn't fancy being redeployed to order people who are not wearing a face covering to leave the bus, would you? I have noticed one thing lockdown enablers on the left and right have in common. They are all still employed and in receipt of a good salary. The new normal. For several weeks, politicians and establishment lackeys have been using the phrase the new normal, along with dire warnings that life will never be the same again until a vaccine is found. On 10th May 2020, in Prime Minister Alexander Johnson's address to the nation, he introduced a new ridiculous term, COVID secure. Businesses were given instructions as to how to reconfigure their premises to make them safe in order to be allowed to receive the few customers who still braved it into town. Johnson told citizens of the United Kingdom, "You must obey the rules on social distancing, and to enforce those rules, we are going to increase the fines for the small minority who breaks them." End quote. At the end of August, when I was in London for a protest at Trafalgar Square, I took a photograph of a sign situated inside the entrance of Charing Cross railway station. It said, "You must wear a face covering unless exempt. £3,200 maximum fine applies." The Prime Minister of the United Kingdom uses a unique style of carrot and stick leadership. It's quite simple. Obey me or I will punish you. Schools. As the weeks rolled by, I became aware that the lockdown policy being lifted would not necessarily stop the psychological cruelty. Newspaper articles included illustrated drawings as to how workplaces would have to be reconfigured with plastic screens, etc. Until, I think we all know the script by now, a vaccine is brought to market. This is, according to all those with a vested interest, the only solution available to save mankind from a new virus so deadly it manages not to kill almost every healthy person in the UK under the age of 70. I could see schools were going to be the first battleground. Teaching unions were adamant schools should not open until safety was guaranteed. The UK government said schools should get ready to open and begin putting safety measures in place. But what were these safety measures? We saw playground cruelty in France, little children made to stay by themselves within chalk lines marked out in the playground. We saw cruelty in China and South Korea, where little children were sprayed with disinfectant prior to entry. In an article dated 11 May 2020 in the Coventry Telegraph, Dr. Mary Bousted, Joint General Secretary of the National Education Union, suggested England should follow suit. The article heading is, "Teachers want kids disinfected at gates when they return to school from lockdown." We saw little children put at separate tables to eat their lunch in isolation. Some were given only a very short time to eat up. In a school in Bury, Greater Manchester, it was reported on 3 September 2020 in the article, they're treating these kids like animals, that pupils were made to eat their lunch outside in the rain. One mother stated, "The lady in the office advised me that that's the only way it can be done, and suggested they bring an umbrella to continue to eat outside." It was reported that at various schools across Scotland, water fountains were taped up and pupils were warned they would not be allowed to top up water bottles. It would appear some school authorities consider it safe to deny children access to drinking water. A tweet from the Children and Young People's Commissioner Scotland concurred that this was definitely happening and advising parents how to fight for this basic human right to be restored to their child. Universities. After 2 months of lockdown, Cambridge University was the first to announce that during the academic year 2020 to 21, there would be no face-to-face lectures. Students paying £9,250 fees per annum would experience instead virtual lectures with only limited face-to-face teaching in small groups. The agenda is transparent, to force everyone, even those living on campus within a 5-minute walk from a university, into learning online instead of in person. This means everything taught can be observed remotely. Never again would a lecturer be able to say a risky, throwaway remark, or have a brief exchange with a student who might put their hand up to query something. And if a physical presence is not required, teachers, lecturers can give lectures using computer software from anywhere in the world, and university labour can be sourced much more cheaply. Prisons. The definition of lockdown is actually a prison term. It is when inmates are fed in their rooms and all recreational activities cancelled. Lockdown is supposed to be the harshest level of punishment meted out to prisoners if they fight, riot, etc. I say supposed to be because you just need to take one look at Julian Assange, who, on his way to court, looked incredibly frail and years older than his own father, to wonder what the hell is going on inside Belmarsh prison. According to an article published 26 January 2020 by William Bowles titled Julian Assange and the Inhumanity of the British State, Unofficial Solitary Confinement as Torture, Bowles writes, incredibly, it was the other prisoners, along with Assange's legal team, who have pressured the government's officials to respect the law and allow Assange to be removed from solitary confinement, resulting in his transfer to a general wing. End quote. The barbaric treatment of Assange sends a message to others: expose war crimes and you will be punished. My interest in prisons was sparked after I heard media reports that prisoners were being released early to free up space in overcrowded prisons. When a judge in Texas sentenced a woman to prison for the crime of opening up her hair salon, it occurred to me that there has never been a better time in history to be a hardened criminal. Some are being released early from prison, and those with criminal intent can sleep easy at night knowing police officers have been redeployed to public parks, beaches and to travel checkpoints to catch and fine those travelling out with a certain radius. While this is undoubtedly true due to finite resources, alternatively, there has never been a worse time to be in jail. For prisoners still incarcerated in UK prisons, lockdown has meant the harshest punishment imposed on them. Inmates are permitted no visits, no face-to-face education, no access to the library or gym, etc. Newspapers report inmates are locked in cells 23 hours a day, basically in solitary confinement. And, like the rest of us, lockdown has been imposed indefinitely as the situation trundles on. Therefore, prisoners have been placed indefinitely in solitary confinement. The Prison Reform Trust is a UK charity which campaigns on behalf of prisoners and keeps tabs on how prisoners are treated behind walls with barbed wire fencing. It has this statement on its website: "The state of our prisons is a fair measure of the state of our society. The Prison Reform Trust works to ensure they are just, humane and effective." According to this definition, as of March 2020, our society is in deep trouble if the state is really planning to torture inmates in solitary confinement for up to 1 year. I say 1 year because the Prison Reform Trust sent a letter to the Ministry of Justice on 6 May 2020 which included this sentence: "It is anticipated that these conditions will need to be maintained for a further 12 months if the virus is to be controlled. That risks serious harm to tens of thousands of prisoners and provides further evidence for the need to progress with the programme of releases." End quote. A report published by the Justice Inspectorates on 22 May 2020 noted, "Virus spread limited but worrying impact of restricted regimes." This paragraph describes the barbaric conditions in which prisoners are now living in. Limited time out of cell was a particular problem at Coldingley in Surrey, where around 2/3 of the population had no toilet or sink in their cell. The lengthy periods for which prisoners were locked up had placed additional pressure on the on-request sanitation system, usually only used during the night. The result was that prisoners, faced with long waits to use communal facilities, resorted to using buckets in their cells." End quote. Recently, the concept of mega prisons arrived in the UK from the United States, where a scary number of citizens are incarcerated, mainly Hispanics and blacks. The business of locking people up is highly profitable, even more profitable if you provide no services whatsoever, apart from handing in food on a tray once a day through a hole in the wall. A mega prison to house over 1,400 inmates is due to open in 2024 outside Full Sutton Village in Yorkshire. I thereby note worrying growth industries in the UK. Contact tracing, identifying suspects and monitoring citizens. Law enforcement, fining, arresting citizens for barefaced breathing, visiting relatives or protesting against government policies. Mega prisons, incarcerating citizens in solitary confinement in cells 23 hours a day. And bear in mind, there are a multitude of reasons why people end up in prison in the first place. Granted, there are evil people who have committed the most heinous crimes, but the majority who end up incarcerated are the poorest in society. And following the banking crisis in 2008, and since universal credit was introduced in the UK, which can stop payments for up to 2 years if claimants make the slightest error, the amount of desperately poor people has been on the rise. And it's a well-known fact that as poverty increases, so does crime, because people who are hungry steal, people who are homeless create mess, people who have suffered abuse develop alcohol-drug addictions to block the pain. People who suffer torment from violent partners eventually flip. In a document titled "There's a Reason We're in Trouble," published by the Prison Reform Trust, Donna Covery, director of the charity Against Violence and Abuse, is quoted as saying, "For far too many survivors of domestic abuse, their journey ends in a prison cell rather than a refuge bedroom. We need a new approach that recognises the link between experiencing gender-based violence and women's offending." End quote. The reason women end up in prison can be found at womeninprisons.org.uk research key facts. Under the section Women and Sentencing, 2 factors concerned me. The first was, although theft was down, the likelihood of receiving a custodial sentence for it was going up, and that custodial sentences were being doled out for TV licence evasion. In 2017, TV licence evasion accounted for 30% of all prosecutions for women, but only 4% for men. 72% of the 136,550 defendants prosecuted for TV licence evasion in that year were women. End quote. I was under the impression no one could be sent to prison for TV licence evasion, so was pretty shocked to learn that custodial sentences were being meted out for non-payment. I searched the internet to find out if this was true and found this statement on the TV licensing website. You can't be sent to prison for a TV licensing conviction, but you can be sent to prison for deliberately refusing to pay court fines. End quote. It seems to me a technicality whether someone has no money to buy a TV licence or whether they have no money to pay a fine issued later. They just have no money. And I believe it to be true that right now, rotting in tiny cells in the United Kingdom in solitary confinement, there are poor women and men who have committed the heinous crime of watching a television programme without paying. Unbelievable. Public health. According to Wikipedia, public health has been defined as the science and art of preventing disease. It seemed all countries in the United Nations had laws ready to rush through Parliament the moment the World Health Organisation declared a pandemic. The laws transferred power from allowing individuals to make decisions regarding their health over to the state. And the state, it seems, can base its decisions on the science or the art of preventing disease, which sounds vague to me. From March onwards, the state has dictated what hoops we must jump through in the interest of public health. It has told us where our bodies can go, travel, if we need to be isolated, are quarantined, and liquids are forcibly extracted from our bodies in order to keep certain jobs. The state is also determined to dictate what is injected into us. The slogan could be, "Our body, their choice." The art of preventing disease quickly became apparent. Wacky ideas like deciding how far we must be from the next person to avoid spreading disease. Tape has been stuck on pavements and inside buildings indicating where we can stand and cannot stand, which direction we can go in and where we can sit. We're even told that venturing outside without good excuse could lead to killing people. As the months rumbled on, a more accurate definition of public health would be the science fiction and art of preventing disease. The terrifying thing I've noticed is that no one even has to be ill for the state, and specifically the police, to come down on us like a ton of bricks. Taken to the extreme, it will soon be possible to accuse innocent citizens of the crime of manslaughter if they knowingly pass on COVID-19 after testing positive, by deliberately coming into contact with people. Already in certain states in America, the authorities have hired people in their contact tracing teams to go door to door to test people for COVID-19. Contact tracers will be able to provide law enforcers with the names and addresses of everyone who tests positive. These people will then be put under a period of house arrest and watched like criminals to ensure they don't venture outside their home. If they do, they will be further punished. If the coronavirus cannonball keeps moving in the same direction, soon the most accurate definition of public health will be the art of criminalising the individual. Fourth Industrial Revolution and unemployment. So many jobs have disappeared over the last couple of decades, like secretarial and factory work, that I have for a long time wondered what on earth people are going to work at in the future as IT and robots replace more and more occupations. But I wasn't expecting the government to pull the plug on businesses the way it did, jolt-starting what is being referred to as the Fourth Industrial Revolution. The Conservative Party is supposed to be pro-business, but with the lockdown decision, it went about destroying businesses with ruthless abandon. Who would have thought, after putting so much energy into a business and possibly investing every penny you have, the government could deem it non-essential and order you to shut it down? As essential workers still earning a wage were clapped, the majority of high street businesses were categorised as non-essential, and thousands of casual, non-essential workers in the service sector lost their jobs en masse overnight. The purpose of the UK government's coronavirus job retention scheme, also known as the furlough scheme, which for several months promised to pay employers 80% of an employee's salary, is a form of bribery. It will not retain jobs, but it has already done what it was intended to do: subdue mass anger and delay inevitable mass unemployment. A huge number of furloughed employees who understandably enjoyed being paid for not working will find when the furlough scheme ends they have no job to return to. The main reason being because the government simply will not let businesses operate in a way they need to in order to turn a profit. The distancing rules have rendered most hospitality businesses unviable. Many bars, restaurants and shops will never reopen. The tourist industry has been destroyed, as has aviation, along with our whole way of life. The mainstream media has already started rewriting history by blaming everything on the pandemic. But just as a virus didn't withdraw social care, nor has a virus forcibly shut businesses and or strangled them with never-ending, ridiculous rules and regulations, it is government policy doing that. Non-essential high street businesses were only allowed to reopen if they were COVID secure. They had to put up perspex screens and provide hand sanitizer at the door, etc., and restrict numbers coming into their shops, cafes, restaurant, bars. Swap COVID secure with unviable, and this expression starts to make more sense. A very COVID secure business is a shut business. The conclusion I have come to is that the government is deliberately triggering a 1930s-like depression. For some reason, it wants millions to be unemployed and totally dependent on government handouts. Dependent people are certainly easier to control and their assets easier to capture. The UK's 5 tests. In May 2020, Prime Minister Boris Johnson introduced what was referred to as a 5-step plan to ease lockdown. This inspired me to write a tweet, and the graphic is a drawing of an enslaved African woman who lived in Brazil in the 19th century, and she has an iron mask secured over her mouth. I wrote, 5 steps to enslaving people. 1. Make them dependent on you. 2. Isolate them from family, friends. 3. Punish them for trying to break free. 4. Stop them talking. Get them used to wearing a mask. 5. Screw on a mask made of iron. Legend has it that Escrava Anastasia was tortured because white women were jealous of her beauty and because she rejected the sexual advances of her owner's son, Juan Antonio. His solution was to rape and muzzle her for the rest of her life. The mask was only taken off once a day to allow her to eat. Although for now the masks are made of cloth, they are still a symbol of oppression, especially when our masters made it mandatory and a person can be punished if they do not comply. After 3 months, it became compulsory in England to wear masks when travelling on public transport. Scotland soon followed suit. Then it became compulsory to wear a mask in shops. When secondary school children returned to school, they were not required to social distance or wear masks. Roll on a few weeks and mask wearing became compulsory in communal areas and on transport to and from school. By the end of November, masks were made compulsory in all classrooms for both pupils and teachers. There is a lot of talk of easing restrictions, but in reality, the terror only ever ramps up. The art of cruelty. Over the years, I've noticed women in the highest positions in politics can be every bit as cruel as men, sometimes crueler. This perhaps proves you have to have a sadistic streak to get on in politics, especially at the highest level. New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern oscillates between looking sinister to smiling the most genuine of smiles. Since March, I would describe Scotland's first dictator, Nicola Sturgeon, as being in her element. The Cambridge Dictionary definition of this is happy because you are doing what you like or can do best. Indeed, I believe I have never seen her looking more happy than during a press conference when she was explaining to a 3-year-old why she couldn't see her granny. Well, Lulabelle, that's the hardest question for me to answer because it's so hard for little girls like you not to see your granny just now. But the reason you've not got to stay away from granny just now is to protect granny, because older people are a little bit more at risk if they get this virus of becoming really quite unwell with it, and we don't want that to happen. So you're staying away from Granny right now to help Granny, to make sure you're reducing the chance of her catching the virus. And even although you're not going to see her as much, you can still phone FaceTime or Skype her. Make sure you keep in touch because grannies and granddads are undoubtedly missing you as much as you are seeing them. End quote. I wonder if in several months' time, if Lulabelle's granny dies without her ever seeing her again, if she will feel resentful when she grows up. We only get one childhood, and grandparents are not usually alive for all of it. There appears to be a narrative forming around the world that if you venture outside, you will die and kill others, but if you stay indoors, you will live forever. The spats I have had with people on Twitter and Facebook are a case in point. When people tell me staying in saves lives, this was one exchange I had when I was campaigning to be released from this purgatory. Marco van Prestenburg said, "What about the right to life? Protecting people's health is more important than any small sacrifice you're being asked to make. This is not a police state, far from it. You're not under house arrest. You're being overdramatic to suit your own agenda, in my opinion." I replied, "How long do you think it's acceptable to keep the housebound incarcerated in their homes? 2, 3, 4, 6 months, 1 year?" He replied, "If they are housebound, are they not already incarcerated? Nobody is being forced to stay in. What's your point? You're free to go out and make your pointless videos, aren't you, so the world is not missing out?" I replied, "People who are housebound need other people to take them out. This is forbidden." "Is it?" he asked. Enter Fiona Middleton. She said, "I can't make up my mind if this is actually a wind-up. I think our civil liberty allows us a right to be alive." I replied, "It is no wind-up that World War II veterans are indefinitely incarcerated in their own homes leading up to VE Day. They're not free now, are they? And nor are we." And I gave a link to my video which I created called VE Day 2020. Fiona Middleton said, "Do you actually believe there is a pandemic, or do you think it's safe for vulnerable veterans to be out? I don't think it's safe for you to be out." I replied, "I believe there is a nasty virus going around, yes, but the excuse for trashing our civil liberties is no longer valid, if it ever was. In Scotland, the number of intensive care units beds were increased from 190 to 585. Yesterday, only 144 were in ICU across the whole of Scotland. Yet the economy and our quality of life is still being trashed indefinitely." Enter Jen Sharp. She said, "Or are the ICU beds not needed because the lockdown is actually working? That if we were all out having picnics and parks with friends, as you suggest, those beds would be full and people would be getting turned away. You only need to look to Italy, Spain." Enter Carol Venables. She said, "So you'd rather they caught virus and died? Staying indoors away from others, as asked, isn't really much to ask. Please state, get real." Anyway, the debate raged on, then ended with a group of people ridiculing me amongst themselves. I find it fascinating that fervent supporters of lockdown actually believe they are morally superior to me and they aren't the least bit concerned about those experiencing indefinite periods of isolation or that care has been withdrawn from the disabled. Casting aside the disabled. For the duration of the Coronavirus Act 2020, which is 2 years with powers to extend, local authorities do not have to comply with the Social Care Act 2014. Fern Adams, a 26-year-old woman with complex medical conditions, had her 35-hour care package removed by West Dunbartonshire Health and Social Care Partnership as soon as the ink had dried on the Coronavirus Scotland Act 2020. Her story was reported on 26 April by the BBC in an article titled, "I have lost care support because of coronavirus." 1 week prior to the lockdown, a care provider sent a text message to Fern's mother asking when she could start looking after her daughter. Fern only learned of the devastating news via her mother. She now spends approximately 23 hours a day in bed in her mother's home, as it is not adapted to meet her needs. Fern, an articulate young woman, said in video footage attached to the article, "I don't really feel I'm living at all. It's just kind of getting through the basics of being alive day to day, and that's it." End quote. The article goes on to say she is very worried about her future. She has developed pressure ulcers as a result of not being able to sleep on the specialised mattress she had, and even accessing specific drugs has been difficult, having had to move to her mother's remote location. The BBC is very fond of writing headlines and having newsreaders end sentences with "because of coronavirus." But it is not a coronavirus that stopped Fern's care. It is harsh government policy which has done that. How lockdown affects the blind. I watched Lucy and Jürgen's stories from Blind Lockdown Life on the website visionfoundation.org.uk to learn how the new government policies have affected the visually impaired. Lucy looks like she's in her early 20s, and Jürgen, who is Scottish, looks like he's in his early 30s. Lucy said, "Self-isolation is hard, and when you have felt isolated before, it brings back all of those memories that I used to feel when I first went blind." End quote. She goes on to say how she felt at not being able to, on her sister's 23rd birthday, be with her. Instead, she had to listen to her opening her presents via the computer application FaceTime. "It was so crushing for me. Usually, I feel the presents with her. She describes them, the presents, to me. I'm sitting right next to her. I hug her. All of the feelings and the good things about still having touch and smell and your hearing as a blind person were taken away from me." End quote. I transcribed her words with tears in my eyes. This is the cruel world lockdown policy has created. Jürgen said, "The isolation was hard. I went from being a person who was out and about, whether it was at the gym or with friends or going to the theatre. I can't get out without someone helping me." He went on to explain, "I couldn't get help from social services. They said they can't do home visits anymore. They couldn't assist with food unless I paid an emergency visit. Even then, it would be really limited. You live in a city like London, and it's one of the biggest cities in the world. My world right now is my flat, the corridor to the lift, and the 30 or so steps from the lift to the benches outside." End quote. Jürgen presumed as a blind person he would receive some help during lockdown. He was angry when he learned the UK government categorised blind people as not vulnerable enough to be eligible for assistance. How lockdown affects the deaf. When not conversing with people trained in British Sign Language, the deaf rely heavily on lip reading and reading facial expressions. Wearing face masks has brought obvious problems for them, which were made worse after 3 months of lockdown when the government made face coverings mandatory in various situations. And I wonder how a seriously deaf person is supposed to cope with GP practices now only operating a telephone-only service. I walked round to my own doctor's surgery to see if it was open. I found a sign pinned to the inside of the glass panel of the entrance door stating it was closed and the phone number to call. When you think of all the technology being used to track and trace us, that implants can be implanted in brains to communicate with artificial limbs, yet a GP surgery can't operate a simple old-fashioned intercom system to communicate with someone who shows up at the door. because phoning is impossible or too complicated for them, e.g. someone suffering from dementia, a deaf person, or just someone who has no money and no phone. Public Health Control of Diseases Act 1984. Just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, I got wind of the fact that Public Health Control of Diseases Act 1984, applicable in England and Wales, had been updated to include the most horrific things. After reading the section I include here, I came to the terrifying conclusion that the UK government had, on 28 April 2020, made concentration camps legal. In section 45G, Power to order health measures in relation to persons, it states in reference to a person, P, in part 2, the order may impose on or in relation to P one or more of the following restrictions or requirements. A. That P submit to medical examination. B. That P be removed to a hospital or other suitable establishment. C. That P be detained in a hospital or suitable establishment. D. That P be kept in isolation or quarantine. E. That P be disinfected or decontaminated. F. That P wear protective clothing. G. That P provide information or answer questions about P's health or other circumstances. H. That P's health be monitored and the results reported. I. That P attend training or advice sessions on how to reduce the risk of infecting or contaminating others. J. That P be subject to restrictions on where P goes or with whom P has contact. K. That P abstain from working or trading. I learned a few days later that while the Act had been changed, these particular clauses have been in the Act since 1984. But that does not negate the seriousness of the situation. Now a pandemic has been declared and an authoritarian-style government is now in charge. The Coronavirus Act 2020, coupled with the Public Health Control of Disease Act 1984, make a powerful combination to be used by an enemy against us. UK court cases. Simon Dolan's. Before I realised the extent of corruption in the UK and specifically in the courts, I was given hope when I learned of a judicial review being brought by businessman Simon Dolan against the UK government. This came about, Dolan explained, after he read an article written by barrister Francis Hoare, published 16 April 2020 on the UK Human Rights blog. The article was titled, "A Disproportionate Interference, the Coronavirus Regulations and the ECHR." In it, Hoare wrote, "This article argues that the regulations are also a disproportionate interference with the rights protected by the European Convention on Human Rights, the Convention, and that, were they challenged by judicial review, should be disapplied if necessary to avoid a breach of Section 6 of the Human Rights Act 1998. End quote. The Coronavirus Act 2020 was passed at the end of March. At the same time, the Prime Minister ordered swathes of businesses to close. Yet, out of all the millionaire businessmen and women in the UK, it was a guy based in Monaco who would pursue a case against the UK government. Dolan came into the frame, setting up a crowd fund on a website, crowdjustice.com, at the beginning of May 2020. For 2 months, this legal challenge offered hope to his supporters. Then, after great anticipation, on 6th July 2020, at a permission hearing, Mr Justice Lewis refused to allow the legal challenge to proceed to full trial. Simon Dolan went on to launch an appeal, and this was heard on 29 and 30th of October 2020. It took 1 month to receive a judgment, which came on 1 December 2020. Again, there was no joy for the claimant or any of the people who donated to the crowd fund, myself being one of them. When I think back to all the court cases brought about by wealthy people to try to stop leaving the EU, yet when it comes to an assault on their freedom to roam, travel and trade, none of the millionaires residing here are putting up a fight. Robin Tilbrook's. Another less publicised judicial review struggling to gain enough money via crowdfunding is solicitor Robin Tilbrook's challenge titled "The Coronavirus Act 2020 is null and void." While Dolan's case appeared to be tinkering about the edges as to what is and what is not an appropriate response, Tilbrook aims to prove in court there is no scientific evidence that a new disease exists, and, this being the case, all legislation relating to it must become null and void. On the crowdjustice.com website, on its first case update, it states, "Our main legal challenge is based on the fact that the Coronavirus Act 2020 defines coronavirus as being COVID-19. But as the postulates have not been followed at all, it cannot be recognised and proven to be a disease or virus legally, medically or scientifically. This also has the follow-on effect that it is not possible to test for what you have not isolated." End quote. There are many scientists around the world questioning the existence of a new disease, which has been named COVID-19. It took me a while to realise that COVID-19 is not the name of a virus, it is the name of a new disease, which stems from a virus called SARS-CoV-2. I don't know if it is because this legal challenge is being pursued by the People's Brexit that so little money has been donated, but considering the significance of this legal challenge, the one which can free us from all this misery, it is unbelievable that only £60,000 has been raised in the same 6 months that Simon Dolan, a self-made millionaire, raised £400,000. This judicial review, pursued by the People's Brexit, has not yet reached a conclusion. Government officials are obviously stalling for time and, as with Dolan's case, taking until the last day to respond or seeking an extension of time in which to respond or claiming any challenge is out of time. As the weeks turned to months and the months turned into a year, hoping for a win in the British courts seems more and more unlikely. And even if it does eventually come, it will be too late for most people. Incidentally, I heard solicitor Robin Tilbrook give a speech at a protest rally on 19 September 2020 in London. I was surprised to learn the UK government has never officially declared a state of emergency. The reason for this, he surmised, is that there already exists an Emergency Powers Act called the Civil Contingencies Act. However, unlike the Coronavirus Act 2020, this Act would allow Parliament to remain supervising and observing and generally be involved in the process of producing regulations. Tilbrook said, and I can quote him word for word as I filmed his speech, "Boris and his government clearly didn't want Parliament to have any role in deciding what was going to be the regulations that we're supposed to be all complying with. He didn't want there to be any democratic input into it. Ministers can now rewrite the law without talking to anyone about it, without dealing with Parliament, without letting us know that's what they are doing. They can just rewrite the law. They've written the law on various things that have nothing whatsoever to do with the coronavirus or any alleged emergency." End quote. Court cases against 5G. There are several legal challenges in the UK against 5G infrastructure. 5G does not replace 4G. It is installed on top of 4G. We are bombarded with radiation from both. But 5G is an entirely different communication system to 4G. There can be no obstructions between masts, which is why avenues of trees had to be sawn down to make way. You would think the ugliness of this infrastructure, the thick metal mass and enormous metal casing surrounding dangerous electrical equipment at regular intervals, would be reason enough to reject it. It is truly amazing how environmental factors go straight out the window to make way for a system which suits a government agenda. The dangers of 5G are well documented, especially by weapons expert Mark Steele, who describes it as a weapon system which can be turned up or down to maximise or minimise the harm done to human and animal life. However, each legal challenge in the UK has struggled to raise enough funding to challenge the government against the rollout of 5G in court. At the time of writing, one such challenge on the Crowd Justice website titled UK High Court Case Against EMFs and 5G, started by Jessica Lermont-Creaky, had received just £65,000 in donations, a drop in the ocean to what is required. In an update on Jessica's crowdfund page on 25 August 2020, she mentions, planning permission would no longer be needed for masts, antennae and equipment which can then be erected in town centres, neighbourhoods and conservation areas at will, and mobile service providers can proliferate their equipment across the country with no oversight by anyone. End quote. However, no matter how strong a case, the prohibitive costs of legal challenges alone effectively crushes the opposition. Sir Captain Tom Moore. It's a pity some of the £32 million raised for NHS charities by Sir Captain Tom Moore couldn't be redirected into reining in a government gone rogue. In case the much-covered media story didn't reach you, Sir Captain Tom Moore is a gentleman who, aged 99, walked using a Zimmer up and down his garden to raise the money for NHS charities. The story ran for weeks and weeks and ended with Captain Tom Moore being knighted in July 2020. Prime Minister Boris Johnson, who made the nomination, wrote on Twitter, "Arise, Sir Tom, so richly deserved. You have inspired the whole nation with your fantastic fundraising efforts." End quote. Sir Captain Tom Moore received 125,000 birthday cards on his 100th birthday. It was akin to the thousands of bunches of flowers laid outside Buckingham Palace after the death of Princess Diana. This just goes to show how phony a nation we really are. While the elderly sit withering away behind closed doors, totally neglected and devoid of all human interaction, people waste money and energy on actions displaying love and grief towards people they don't even know. It also proves the majority is easily distracted. Common law solutions. Since governments around the world put innocent citizens under various forms of house arrest, peaceful solutions involving common law have been sought to help stave off state aggression. Governments and law enforcement in Commonwealth countries use maritime law, also known as Admiralty law, in the form of written legislation which grows in length every day to suppress us and extract money from us. The majority of crimes committed nowadays, I have noticed, cause no harm, loss or injury to anyone, yet they make a lot of money for someone. Since the lockdown stunt was pulled, it is obvious to those of us who value our freedom that we must reclaim our sovereignty. The current system is being abused big time to fleece us, imprison us, and to offer up our bodies for regular antivirus upgrades via needle injections to the highest bidder. Compared to maritime law, common law is very simple. It involves no legislation and operates on the principle that everything is legal unless an action causes harm, loss, or injury to others. A jury of common men and women is essential in the judicial process. Trial by jury is considered the cornerstone of Scotland's criminal justice system, yet this didn't stop law graduate and Scotland's first dictator, Nicola Sturgeon, trying to suspend jury trials. which I think shows just how dangerous she is. She wants serious criminal trials, punishable with lengthy prison sentences, to be conducted behind closed doors. After an outcry from lawyers and Scottish National Party MSPs, this section was in the end removed from the final version of the draft bill to ensure the Coronavirus Scotland Bill passed swiftly through the Scottish Parliament. The document which removes us from the jurisdiction of common law and instead places us under the jurisdiction of maritime law is our birth certificate. However, anyone who knows about contract law knows it is unlawful to coerce someone into signing a contract, which the state does, without including full disclosure of conditions. Full disclosure cannot be offered to parents at the time of birth, of course, because it involves future legislation yet to be thought of and written over a long period of time, our lifetime. As I am new to the topic, I am unaware of the best way to declare your sovereignty, or even if you need to go through any process at all. You could just read up on common law and start applying it to your life right now. Knowing how to communicate with the authorities, especially the police, will enable you to live your life unburdened by fear. I know, however, some people advocate the route explained on the website practicallawfuldissent.com. And back in May, I registered myself with the Common Law Court when I found their website, commonlawcourt.com. I didn't know if it was a legitimate thing or not at the time. I didn't know if registering the details of my birth certificate on a website was a stupid thing to do. My only thought was, if I could get out of the current system of law and order, which dishes out punishments for visiting blood relatives, leaving the house, travelling more than 5 kilometres, or entering buildings barefaced, it was worth a try. In August, I discovered, of all the places in the world that the Common Law Court headquarters could have been, it is based in an office building in the city where I live, in Dundee, Scotland. I have since met with John Smith, who is at the helm, and listened to his future plans, which are to create a peace force for us, the people, as opposed to the current police force, which itself is a for-profit corporation. No fee is required to register with the Common Law Court. Once registered, you are sent an email which you can print out. I did, however, buy a withdrawn consent card for the fee of £7, paying safely using PayPal. I have no connection to the Common Law Court other than as a common woman interested in learning of ways to confront police aggression. Being outspoken against lockdowns and attending various anti-lockdown protests, I felt it was a matter of time until I came face to face with law enforcement personnel. Common Law Success Story. On Sunday 30th of August 2020, late morning, I heard a loud knocking at my front door. When I approached it, I could see through a glass panel a masked man dressed in police uniform and a masked woman standing beside him. I immediately guessed they were there because they had learned by spying on a private Facebook page or having someone infiltrate the group that I was planning to speak outside a student residence that afternoon regarding the incarceration of 500 students. The students had been placed under house arrest after a handful of them had tested positive for COVID-19. As far as I know, no student was seriously ill. It is unclear if any students were ill at all. Certainly no one went to hospital to fight for their life. I was concerned about the young people's mental health, being incarcerated for a 2-week period during beautiful weather in their cell-like rooms, only a few weeks after leaving home for the very first time. I had also learned through word of mouth that the security guard at the door had been instructed to phone the police should any student try to leave the building. It was all deeply concerning. Anyway, back to the knock at the door. When I saw the police on my doorstep, I immediately locked the door and said through it, "I am a common woman. I do not stand under you." The male police constable replied, "That's fine," and he walked off my property and the masked female in tow. I couldn't believe it. OK, it didn't stop the police later that day following me and the group of local people I was with from our meeting point in Dundee city centre to the student residences where I spoke, or from sending riot police to line up in vans adjacent to the larger of the two residences, but nothing bad happened. Had I answered the door, I may have been frightened off and lost the courage to speak out. I was especially concerned because I know of young people who have taken their own lives while living in student accommodation, and I have had the loneliest experiences of my life living in student residences. As we were gathered outside what I refer to as HMS Parker House Prison, one student shouted, "Fuck off!" at us. However, there was one student in a room in the ground floor who made a love heart shape with his hands. At least I could sleep easier at night knowing we had spoken from afar to 500 students, which may have given them the courage to leave the building if they felt they had to get out to keep their sanity or return home to their parents. Some things are not worth doing to receive a university education. I would say forced imprisonment is one of them. While we were speaking outside the large residence, 4 police constables stood spaced out leaning against their car. After we left, the same 4 jumped in the patrol car and drove off on the 200-metre journey to the police headquarters around the corner. When out of sight, they showed no concern for catching a deadly virus. The 4 of them in one car, windows up, and none wearing a face mask. Crux of the matter. I still believe the crux of the matter is the fact that the status of COVID-19 was downgraded from a high-consequence infectious disease on 19 March 2020, before the Coronavirus Act 2020 was passed in Parliament and before the lockdown policy was implemented. Dr. Vernon Coleman, a retired doctor who fell out of favour with the medical establishment a long time ago and has been proved right in relation to a number of health scares, wrote a book titled Coming Apocalypse. It was published at the end of April 2020 and includes his diary entries from 28 February to 22 April 2020. On 26 March, he makes reference to the downgrading in status of COVID-19. He wrote, "The disease has rightly been downgraded to an infectious disease like the flu. Maybe we can have our lives back and try to rescue what is left of Britain." But no one else seems to have reported this news. Then I found out what was going on. Today, the government published an emergency bill. The new bill gives the government tremendous powers, including easing legislative and regulatory requirement. End quote. Vernon goes on to list a few terrifying aspects of the bill. He ends the list with this sarcastic comment. And lo and behold, there is a note about arrangements for the inoculation or immunisation of persons against disease. End quote. Does the COVID-19 disease exist? In this strange, sinister world we now inhabit, in which politicians and government advisers spout lies, damn lies and statistics, I discovered the biggest lie of all. There is no evidence a new disease even exists. This is not disputing that people aren't desperately ill or haven't died. It is disputing whether or not there exists a brand new disease. Around mid-June, I came across 2 doctors, one in England and one in the United States, questioning the existence of a new disease. Mr. Mohammed Iqbal Adil was at the time a consultant surgeon at Royal Derby Teaching Hospital, hence the Mr. title instead of doctor. For airing his views on YouTube, Mr. Adil was suspended from his position by the General Medical Council. His videos were also removed from YouTube because, since March, YouTube has reinvented itself as the arbiter on all medical matters. I managed to download a couple of Mr. Adil's videos to my main computer at 5 a.m. in the morning before they disappeared, as I immediately grasped the significance of what he was saying. Mr. Adil explained that to prove a new disease exists, it is necessary to satisfy stringent criteria referred to as Koch's postulate. It involves satisfying 3 conditions, and COVID-19, he explained, has satisfied none of these. Mr. Adil came to the conclusion, as a result of reading all the academic papers which made reference to COVID-19 and from treating patients himself, that no new disease exists. Adil concluded his patients had died from pneumonia and that he would like to do research into why so many people worldwide were dying from pneumonia. The General Medical Council, however, decided the world would be better served by immediately suspending him from his position, despite an exemplary career of 30 years and having committed no malpractice. Adil also spoke out against the decision to stop all non-emergency surgery and other NHS services. He warned the majority of services would never return and that an insurance-based system similar to America will eventually be introduced to access anything other than the most basic healthcare. Mr. Adil is now chairman of the World Doctors Alliance, which, according to the website, advocates ending all lockdowns and related damaging measures, and to re-establish universal health determinants of psychological and physical well-being for all humanity. End quote. On the same topic, on 22 June 2020, a recorded delivery letter signed by a collection of scientists, doctors and academics was sent to the UK Prime Minister, challenging Public Health England to show proof that a virus exists which causes COVID-19, or declare there is no virus and end the Vax and Trax programmes. Retired nurse and health scientist Dr. Kevin Corbett, PhD, a driving force behind this letter, is also a claimant in the Robin Tilbrook legal challenge mentioned earlier. Neither Corbett nor the Science Committee at Stand Up X activist group has received a reply to this letter. In the months that followed, the fact the virus, known as SARS-CoV-2, had not been isolated became a recurring theme among those questioning the validity of testing procedures. Surely a disease has to be proved to exist in order to test whether someone has it or not. I do find it ironic that the only thing that should have been isolated was not. As we were isolated, SARS-CoV-2 was not. Do viruses exist? If you type Stefan Lanka measles into Google, you'll quickly find articles which report that a doctor, David Bardens, won an unusual court case against biologist Stefan Lanka. Lanka had offered a reward of €100,000 to anyone who could provide evidence that a measles virus exists. Bardens, a medical student at the time, had taken him up on the offer and referred to 6 scientific studies already in existence. Lanka had rejected all of them, refused to pay up, hence the court case. What is harder to find on search engines are articles reporting that the original decision was eventually overturned on appeal in the German Federal Supreme Court. In the higher court, the judge ruled that the 6 scientific studies did not prove the existence of a measles virus. Biologist Stefan Lanka, PhD, who studied virology at the University of Koblenz, Germany, argues that germ theory is just that, a theory, and that there is no scientific evidence proving viruses exist. His reason for advertising €100,000 reward was to enlighten people to the faux science that is germ theory. Don Lester and David Parker explain in their book, What Really Makes You Ill, Why Everything You Thought You Knew About Disease Is Wrong, that the whole basis of modern medicine is to satisfy vested interests. Illness is our body's reaction to chemical toxicity in the environment, e.g. microwave radiation, and our body's reaction to toxicity within our bodies, mainly caused by eating a poor diet or drug taking. Illnesses can also be passed on through genes from parent to child. When we are overly toxic, our body creates a natural detoxification process called a flu or cold, or a pneumonia to rid the body of these deadly toxins. What are referred to as viruses are not contagious in any way or form. Can you catch a virus or disease? No. If viruses don't exist, then they certainly cannot jump from person to person the way that is suggested. There is no way to catch a virus naturally. Since the advent of modern medicine and the creation of medical schools financed by the Rockefeller Foundation, germ theory has been taught throughout the developed world to trainee doctors as gospel. This partial sentence is taken from the Our History page of the Rockefeller Foundation website, rockefellerfoundation.org. We founded the modern field of public health, developed vaccines to help eradicate diseases. End quote. Those who finance medical schools, medical research and are heavily invested in pharmaceutical companies do not entertain theories which reduce a pharmaceutical company profits. It's all about profiting from our misery. The Battle of Hydroxychloroquine. A few months into the declared pandemic, doctors who were only given airtime on small alternative news channels reported that they had cured patients with hydroxychloroquine. Then a group of frontline doctors in America, as opposed to TV ones, on 27 July 2020 gathered in front of the United States Supreme Court building in Washington DC to tell America of their experiences on the front line and to try to calm a terrified nation. Each doctor spoke in turn. A feisty black female doctor called Dr. Stella Emanuel spoke of regularly prescribing hydroxychloroquine for malaria back in Nigeria. Dr. Emanuel stated she had treated 350 patients with COVID-19 symptoms in Houston, Texas, and every single one of them had survived, including those with diabetes, high blood pressure, asthma, and even a 92-year-old woman. Dr. Emanuel said, "The results have always been the same. I put them on hydroxychloroquine, I put them on zinc, I put them on Zitomax, and they're all well." End quote. Dr. Emanuel also said that hydroxychloroquine is an excellent preventative measure, which is why she herself and her staff have taken it throughout. None of them has died, and they were treating 10 to 15 patients per day. The video of the doctors speaking in Washington DC was deleted by Facebook, Twitter and YouTube. The press subsequently horribly ridiculed Dr. Stella Emanuel and did everything to discredit the doctors involved. Board-certified emergency room doctor and lawyer Dr. Simone Gold, the founder of American Frontline Doctors, was summarily dismissed from her post. She has since written a book titled I Do Not Consent. I listened to Dr. Gold being interviewed by Heidi St. John on podcast number 1043. In it, Gold talks of the importance of recognising propaganda as it unfolds and of critical thinking skills. She talks about the importance of knowing what the science consensus was prior to any controversy. Since the outset, she questioned why this medical response was so different to the response during previous epidemics she had lived and worked through. On the topic of face masks, Dr. Gold said prior to April 2020, this science said, viruses are not blocked by surgical masks, end quote. As recent as the beginning of March 2020, America's arch-villain Dr. Fauci said, people should not be walking around wearing masks, end quote. Dr. Gold also said it was the first time she had ever encountered doctors being threatened with licence withdrawal should they prescribe a medically approved drug, that drug being hydroxychloroquine. You can find videos of these brave doctors speaking out at AmericanFrontlineDoctors.us. American Frontline Doctors weren't the only ones singing the praises of the simple, already available cure. Dr. Dolores Cahill, with a PhD in immunology and professor at the School of Medicine, University College Dublin, also states hydroxychloroquine is a safe and effective cure. I heard her speak at a rally in August 2020 in Edinburgh. However, what is safe for us is not safe for pharmaceutical company profits. For a fast-tracked vaccine to be justified, there cannot exist a safe and effective cure. Some countries, e.g. France, Italy, Belgium and some states in America and Australia, banned the use of hydroxychloroquine to treat COVID-19 after the medical journal The Lancet published an article on 22 May 2020 which claimed, "We were unable to confirm a benefit of hydroxychloroquine or chloroquine when used alone or with a macrolide on in-hospital outcomes for COVID-19. Each of these drug regimes was associated with decreased in-hospital survival and an increased frequency of ventricular arrhythmias when used for treatment for COVID-19. End quote. After this article was published by what was a highly respected medical journal, a battle raged. Physicians claimed lethal doses of hydroxychloroquine had been given to desperately ill patients, and American physician Dr. Meryl Nass has gone as far as to accuse the US government of sponsoring hydroxychloroquine experiments designed to kill severely ill COVID-19 hospitalised patients. The source of that is vaccineimpact.com, an article titled Dr. Meryl Nass discovers hydroxychloroquine experiments were designed to kill COVID-19 patients. How many were murdered? However, this wasn't the only controversy surrounding the hydroxychloroquine trial findings. Questions were also asked regarding the source data on which the authors had based the article. On 4 June 2020, The Lancet published the original article with the word retracted in large red letters stamped across it. The Cambridge Dictionary for retract is to take back an offer or statement, etc., or admit that a statement was false. End quote. The article was retracted after the data used in the article could not be provided. The Guardian newspaper reported that co-authors admitted never having seen it. The COVID-19 test scam. I summed up the COVID-19 scam perfectly in a sketch I produced titled William and Mel Holding the World to Ransom, which can be found on my YouTube channel, Moira Dundee. The original upload had Bill and Melinda Gates in the title, as that is who I am impersonating, but the video was removed, censored within half an hour of me uploading it. To me, the COVID-19 scam using PCR testing seems obvious. How it works. 1. Test healthy people. 2. Declare they have a deadly disease. 3. Imprison them. 4. Sell freedom passes. Vaccinations. Discovering that a PCR test result is as accurate at detecting infection as tossing a coin led me to learn of the shocking 30-year-old HIV test scam. If I hadn't witnessed what is happening now, I would never have believed that people were, and still are, delivered life-wrecking diagnoses based on a fallible test. But they are. Both test scams work in a similar fashion. They are intended to terrorise the general population into being fearful and altering their behaviour. In the case of the HIV test, it was, and still is, used to maim and kill recipients of choice, and for pharmaceutical companies to profit from the whole sick process. The HIV test scam. Emeritus Professor Dr. Peter Duesberg had a wonderful career as a scientist until he did something to anger the million-dollar pharmaceutical AIDS industry. In the 1980s, he challenged the whole HIV/AIDS hypothesis and lost his funding, his lab, and was ostracised from the scientific community as a result, yet he refused to alter his opinion on the topic. Duesberg claims HIV, human immunodeficiency virus, is not a virus because it does not satisfy Koch's postulate, that it is not sexually transmissible, and that there is no causal link between HIV and autoimmune diseases. He wrote a book titled Inventing the AIDS Virus. His website is duesberg.com. I have not read Duisberg's book as it is out of print, but I did read one titled HIV/AIDS, Greatest Lie of 21st Century and the Most Profitable Business, written by Dr. Biswaroop Roy Chowdhury. I have also spent several hours watching videos on YouTube, including one titled The HIV and AIDS Hoax. AIDS is not an STD, and HIV test a crime, and AIDS cure killed a whole generation. It would appear many people have been trying for decades to uncover the truth. Joan Shenton, founder of the Immunity Resource Foundation, described the battle as David versus Goliath. This is the gist of what I learned. There is no evidence human immunodeficiency virus, HIV, exists. HIV tests, like PCR tests, are inaccurate, meaningless, and return false positive results. It only tests for certain cellular characteristics. The HIV cellular characteristics are nothing to fear and are not sexually transmissible. HIV positive patients not ill prior to diagnosis become ill from taking prescribed medication. HIV is a red herring. The purpose of the test is to create patients for life and to profit from maiming and killing them with drugs. AZT killed millions worldwide. AIDS is an umbrella term for dozens of autoimmune diseases. The list of autoimmune diseases listed under the umbrella term AIDS varies from country to country. Therefore, it is possible to have AIDS in one country and not in another. I am old enough to remember hard-hitting adverts on television in the 1980s, terrifying the sexually active, especially homosexuals, of the dangers of HIV transmission. I witnessed the panic as millions died worldwide before doctors stopped prescribing patients the AZT drug. A number of people have even gone to jail in the United Kingdom for reckless HIV transmission. To this day, the AIDS pandemic rages on in Africa as the World Health Organization continues to test malnourished people and give them the fatal diagnosis of being HIV positive. Like the PCR test, the more testing carried out, the more people are found to have the deadly virus and are helped by being given pharmaceutical drugs, testing thereby keeping up demand for the drugs. It's a long read, but there is a fascinating testimony written in January 2011 by Andy Lindsay, deceased, on the Alberta Repraising AIDS Society website. It is testimony as to how his life was destroyed by an HIV positive diagnosis on 2nd June 1986 at the age of 21. After reading the work of American virologist Robert Gallo, who claimed HIV led to AIDS, had never been proved, and after fighting to see his medical records from the Royal Infirmary in Edinburgh, he discovered, to his horror, that he had tested negative for HIV antigen in 1992 and again in 1993. Had someone told him, he would have been released from his death sentence. But no, Lindsay claimed, quote, "This is when they told me I had to take AZT or I'd be dead within 2 years. I told the doctor he was crazy. My friends were dying on it and I walked out not to return until 1996-97. End quote. After researching the topic day and night in July 2010, Lindsay wrote a letter to his GP, his consultant physician, Professor Clifford Lean, and to Dr. Andy Lee Brown, head of virology at Edinburgh University, the British HIV Association, the CDC, the FDA, and various other institutions, asking for replies to these questions. 1. Can you show me the proof that HIV exists? 2. How was HIV isolated? 3. Where and when HIV was isolated? 4. Where's the paper and photographs that proves HIV was isolated? 5. Where is the proof that HIV causes AIDS? 6. Could you tell me whether cofactors are needed to make a positive HIV diagnosis, along with the test kits provided to your laboratories which do the testing? 7. I would like to know what the names of these test kits are, how they are used, and whether there are specific tests for each of the test kits. 8. Is there any link between consultant physician and virologist in making a decision on the best treatment for a patient using antiretroviral? And if so, what does this entail? And how is this monitored? And what aftercare is there should a patient cease to take medication? Andy Lindsay claimed not one reply showed him any proof of anything he had requested. The virologist did not reply. He also claimed when he stopped taking all the pills prescribed to him, all his physical suffering, destroyed cheeks, bones in agony, chronic fatigue, grey complexion, disappeared. However, that would not stop the mental torment knowing that medical professionals who take a Hippocratic oath to first do no harm had conspired to seriously harm him. He wrote, I have every single incriminating document that states these doctors wrote to each other describing how they would coax me into toxic chemotherapy over time and how they used chemotherapy to do this. End quote. Lindsay was trying to bring a claim against the perpetrators for wrong diagnosis and for criminal negligence. He wrote, I am not lying down to the evil bastards that perpetrated this crime against humanity. End quote. This brave, clever man may be dead, but his testimony lives on. Committed to an asylum for speaking out. In the bad old days, all that was required for a man, it was usually a man who held the power to have his wife committed to an asylum, was to connive with a doctor and for the doctor to declare her insane. The Coronavirus Act 2020 has returned society back to the Victorian era in so many ways. Instead of the opinion signature of 2 health professionals being required, now only one signature is necessary to have you whisked away in the night, which is exactly what happened to lawyer Beat Bachner in Germany, where equivalent draconian legislation was passed. Miss Bachner is a lawyer specialising in the field of medical law. She was quick off the mark to speak out against government restrictions as a response to the declared pandemic. Bachner encouraged others to defy the restrictions, organised protests which she spoke at. She had also lodged an urgent application at a federal constitutional court to drop all restrictive measures that had been put in place as a matter of urgency. In an audio tape recording available on BitChute.com titled Beat Bachner Arrested, Abused and Thrown into Psychiatric Prison, Bachner herself gave testimony as to how she was handcuffed, thrown to the ground and eventually incarcerated in a high-security psychiatric unit in a room without any furniture. She had to sleep on the floor and was not allowed to call anyone. After being held in isolation for 24 hours and after agreeing to wear a mask at all times, she was upgraded to a room with a bed and shower. Bachner states that had her dog not been at her home, neighbours would have been unaware of her disappearance. She also warns us of the seriousness of the situation. I am a good example of what will happen to everyone in the whole world if they don't wake up and see the terror regime that is which the world has never seen before. She also stated, I am ready to die for my freedom. End quote. I believe Bachner was released a few days later and was then pursued by the police for the offence of inciting others to commit crimes under Germany's Infection Protection Act. The application she had made to the federal court was rejected without justification, and shockwaves were left to ripple through the legal community. The brutal message had been delivered: obey the government, keep quiet, and you will be left alone. Meanwhile, in neighbouring Switzerland, Dr. Thomas Binder, a 58-year-old cardiologist with a PhD in immunology and virology, was having similar problems which happened to coincide with speaking out against forced isolation, quarantining of healthy people, and the not fit for purpose PCR test. He referred to inflated death figures as medical malpractice in a tweet dated 24 March 2020. He wrote, "They treat this cold virus in the worst possible manner. They test every deceased, every post-mortal, so at peak SARS-CoV-2 epidemia, almost every deceased of any other cause is a carrier of one virus, at least, and declared corona death. The latter is medical malpractice." End quote. On 11 April 2020, Dr. Thomas Binder had his surgery stormed by anti-terrorist police. He was taken away and held against his will for 6 days in a padded cell in a psychiatric hospital. Thankfully, Dr. Binder managed to get out with his brain fully intact, because since then he has been speaking out more and more forcefully, and several months later has developed quite a following on Twitter. On 4 November he appeared on the Richie Allen show to discuss the whole corona swindle, as Dr. Binder refers to it. Prior to the interview, Richie Allen was unaware of what had happened to him back in March. In one of Binder's tweets he states this: "It is nonsense to test every symptomatic person for a single flu virus. It is madness to do this with a not very specific RT-PCR test only, without consideration of CT and clinical findings. And it is the coronation of insanity to test even asymptomatic people in this way." End quote. Prior to the current situation, Thomas Binder, who describes himself as a humanist, has questioned the official government narrative surrounding 9/11 and has also spoken out against 5G. Both examples show that opposing government policy in Switzerland and Germany is now considered a form of mental illness. In the UK, if you are sectioned under mental health legislation, you lose the right to refuse medical treatment. Therefore, you could be forcibly injected. Our body, their choice. As cheap, safe remedies continue to be suppressed, the coercive behaviour of authoritarian governments to vaccinate their citizens ramps up and up. They are determined to forcibly vaccinate the vast majority without passing legislation with the words mandatory vaccinations in it, to try to fool people into believing they still have some semblance of choice. In Denmark, the government proposed an epidemic law, which would be able to define groups of people who must be vaccinated. People who refuse the above can be coerced through physical detainment, with police allowed to assist. After 9 days of protest during which people took to the streets en masse hitting pots and pans, the proposed legislation was dropped. The French government sensed equal mass anger when it proposed a bill banning unvaccinated people from public spaces. However, this type of barbaric legislation is gaining traction around the world. On 3 December 2020, a Scottish National Party councillor in the area of Perth and Kinross expressed his abhorrent views on Facebook. He wrote, "Tell you what, yes, you don't have to take the COVID-19 vaccination. However, don't expect to hug your loved ones at Christmas, as I hope care homes and all other care premises refuse access to non-vaccinated persons. I hope sports culture and other entertainment venues will not allow entrance to non-vaccinated persons. I certainly hope licensed premises will not allow entrance to non-vaccinated persons. I hope train, buses and airlines also refuse to allow non-vaccinated persons to travel. So just sit tight in your wee hoose and let the others go on with living safely." Sadly, his views are not the worst I've seen in the UK. Professor Julian Savulescu, ironically a director of a practical ethics centre at Oxford University, wrote an academic paper titled "Good Reasons to Vaccinate, Mandatory or Payment for Risk", accepted 22 October 2020 in the BMJ Journal of Medical Ethicals. In it, he discusses the merits and risks of implementing various strategies to coerce people into accepting vaccination injections. In the abstract, he says penalties for non-compliance could include withholding of benefits, imposition of fines, provision of community service, or loss of freedom. End quote. This is the guy who has compared vaccinations to wearing a seatbelt. I don't know about you, but I have no fear when I strap a seatbelt across my body, but I would rather die than have a dangerous DNA-altering vaccine which can only cause harm. There is no upside injected into my body. And Dr. Andrew Wakefield claims it is not a vaccine at all. It is irreversible genetic modification. COVID-19, the Great Reset. On 10 July 2020, a book titled COVID-19, the Great Reset appeared for sale on Amazon. The objective of authors Klaus Schwab and Thierry Mallory of the World Economic Forum was, quote, to help the reader understand what's coming in a multitude of domains, end quote. They seem very confident what they were writing will happen and that, quote, the world as we knew it in the early months of 2020 is no more, end quote. I include a few choice sentences from this most depressing book, which I forced myself to read to learn what the enemy has in store, if we allow it. First sentence. For years, international organisations like the World Health Organization, institutions like the World Economic Forum, and the Coalition for Epidemic Preparedness Innovations, launched at the annual meeting 2017 in Davos, and individuals like Bill Gates have been warning us about the next pandemic risk. Another sentence. The next hurdle is the political challenge of vaccinating enough people worldwide. We are collectively as strong as the weakest link, with a high enough compliance rate despite the rise of anti-vaxxers. Another one. The containment of the coronavirus pandemic will necessitate a global surveillance network capable of identifying new outbreaks as soon as they arise. And the last one. Even unprecedented and draconian lockdowns, with a third of the world population confined to their homes for more than a month, came nowhere near to being a viable decarbonisation strategy. End quote. It's as if this great reset was all planned, and the WHO claiming a new disease exists was the cover. I'll leave you with some quotes which resonate with the current situation. Tony Benn. I think there are two ways in which people are controlled. First of all, frighten people, and secondly, demoralise them. Benjamin Franklin. Those who give up liberty for security deserve neither and will lose both. Dr. Vernon Coleman. Anyone who isn't paranoid isn't thinking straight. Albert Camus. The welfare of humanity is always the alibi of tyrants. And a longer version which explains why this is the preferred route to implement tyranny, because people with a good conscience join in the persecution of those not complying. The welfare of the people in particular has always been the alibi of tyrants, and it provides the further advantage of giving the servants of tyranny a good conscience. End quote. Albert Camus, the French-Algerian philosopher, was part of the French resistance movement during World War II. He was editor of the Underground newsletter. Throughout this journey, in which my country has descended into hell, I have thought a lot about these courageous men and women who faced such evil. Some members of the resistance movement carried around a cyanide pill to use to kill themselves as a safety precaution. And many continued to risk everything for the greater good, even with the knowledge, if outed, they would be captured and tortured. They really were operating for the greater good, not some fake version created to suppress the individual. It makes me wonder how brave I would be if things in the UK do take a terrifying turn like they did in France all those years ago. I do find it interesting how few people in Britain right now seem to comprehend the seriousness of the situation, yet they watch programmes about the Holocaust, weep and say we must keep retelling this dark period of history to ensure it never happens again. These same people are attacking lockdown dissenters right now, calling us dreadful people and are acting holier than thou. They were out on the streets every Thursday at 8 p.m, clapping in the new regime, harassing people for not wearing face coverings over their nose and mouth, as instructed by a fascist dictator. They are, as Camus put it, servants of tyranny. When I began writing this book, I had no idea how it would end. I know how I want it to end. I want to see the people who have committed this crime against humanity brought to justice. Pulling a stunt like stripping away human rights must be challenged in any way possible through the court system in every country and never allowed to happen again. Otherwise, each nation will live on tenterhooks as to when it might happen again. Why would anyone start certain types of businesses if they could, at the drop of a hat, be shut down? Why would anyone want to bring a child into this prison-like world? I feel certain that powerful individuals the world over have sold their souls to the devil. They have sold our bodies to Big Pharma by offering us all up for vaccination and are selling our data under the guise of public health and are putting systems in place to surveil us 24/7. But I have no way of knowing if the corrupt individuals responsible for these heinous crimes will ever face justice. All I know for certain is that compliance is violence, and when tyranny becomes law, resistance becomes duty. I shall continue to resist in any way I can. The alternative is living in isolation, going nowhere, having no personal experiences and accessing everything via a machine, described perfectly in E.M. Forster's novella The Machine Stops, published in 1909. Just imagine what would happen now if the internet is stopped. Would you survive? Afterword. This is an extract from Vaccination, the Silent Killer, a book by Ida Oneroff and Eleanor McBean. The testimony is from Eleanor McBean, who was 13 years old at the time of the Spanish flu. I was an on-the-spot observer of the 1918 influenza epidemic. All the doctors and people who were living at the time of the 1918 Spanish influenza epidemic say it was the most terrible disease the world has ever had. Strong men, hale and hardy, one day would be dead the next. The disease had the characteristics of the Black Death, added to typhoid, diphtheria, pneumonia, smallpox, paralysis, and all the diseases the people had been vaccinated with immediately following World War I. Practically the entire population had been injected, seeded with a dozen or more diseases or toxic serums. When all those doctor-made diseases started breaking out all at once, it was tragic. That pandemic dragged on for 2 years, kept alive with the addition of more poison drugs administered by the doctors who tried to suppress the symptoms. As far as I could find out, the flu hit only the vaccinated. Those who had refused the shots escaped the flu. My family had refused all the vaccinations, so we remained well all the time. We knew from the health teachings of Graham, Trail, Tilden and others that people cannot contaminate the body with poisons without causing disease. When the flu was at its peak, all the stores were closed as well as the schools, businesses, even the hospital, as the doctors and nurses had been vaccinated too and were down with the flu. No one was in the streets. It was like a ghost town. We, who didn't take any vaccines, seemed to be the only family which didn't get the flu. So my parents went from house to house, doing what they could to look after the sick, as it was impossible to get a doctor then. If it were possible for germs, bacteria, virus or bacilli to cause disease, they had plenty of opportunity to attack my parents when they were spending many hours a day in the sick rooms. But they didn't get the flu and they didn't bring any germs home to attack us children and cause anything. None of our family had the flu. Not even a sniffle. And it was in the winter with deep snow on the ground. It has been said that the 1918 flu epidemic killed 20 million people throughout the world, but actually the doctors killed them with their crude and deadly treatments and drugs. This is a harsh accusation, but it is nevertheless true, judging by the success of the drugless doctors in comparison with that of the medical doctors. There were 7 times more disease among the vaccinated soldiers than among the unvaccinated civilians, and the diseases were those they had vaccinated against. One soldier who had returned from overseas in 1912 told me that the army hospitals were filled with cases of infantile paralysis, and he wondered why grown men should have an infant disease. Now, we know that paralysis is a common after effect of vaccine poisoning. Those at home didn't get the paralysis until after the worldwide vaccination campaign of 1918. On 11 November 2020, before I was expelled forever from Twitter, I wrote a tweet comparing the Spanish flu to COVID-19. The graphic is from an article on a website called sanmartingano.com, and it's an extraordinary picture of First World War soldiers lined up for inspection, and each one is wearing a face mask. The title of the article is "The 1918 Spanish Flu, Only the Vaccinated Died." The subheading is "Vaccine Promoters Claim that Vaccines Wiped Out Most Infectious Diseases. History Tells Us a Different Story." And what I wrote was, it looks like global fascists organise a cult of human beings plus deliberate economic depression roughly every 100 years. The last cull via vaccinations was creatively named the Spanish flu. This one is called COVID-19. My husband, who has done nothing so far to stave off government tyranny, calls me depressing, but I argue there is no point in burying our head in the sand like ostriches. Global fascists, like the founder of the World Economic Forum, Klaus Schwab, do not want us around. It's that simple. And I've written on the final page, please lend this book to someone you care about. In this case, it would be, please lend this audiobook to someone you care about. I wish you well.